Dave. Things are looking very...
We've often seen sides, not just Nottinghamshire, but all sides are always vulnerable to the quick collapse, aren't they? And
They
150 for one could easily be 170 for 5 or 6. It happens. It does happen. They've just got to be on their guard. Just make sure they don't make any silly errors as Slater clips this away for another single down to Jones. I'll tell you what, if either of these two do get out with a silly error before lunch, they'll be...
they will be kicking themselves.
They will.
Yeah.
They'll go and sit in a quiet corner of the ground all on their own, reflecting on their errors. But, yeah, congratulations. They've both passed 50 now, and Duckett closing in. He's on 52, Slater 59, 151 for one. And the deficit is 79. And, although I've just said, Notts are prone to, well, any side is prone and vulnerable to a quick collapse. It can happen. This is pulled away by Duckett for a single. Should they continue making healthy progress and keep wickets in hand, they could be in a strong position by the close, but that's a long way away.
Ticking along nicely, Dave.
Slater has 59 now. He's back on strike. Duckett has 53. Just one slip. David Bedingham, well known in Nottinghamshire club cricket circles for his time with Plumtree. Notts dismissed him cheaply yesterday. That was one of the big moments of the day for Nottinghamshire. Only too aware of how good a player he is. Little hold up here whilst Matty Potts sets his field. The man at Keegan Peterson at deep backward square is brought in front of square, and Scott Borthwick, the skipper, square leg moves behind the umpire. A little bit of Strictly Come Dancing choreography there done by the Durham skipper, and Matty Potts, the bowler, who has to field off his own bowling, push back and partially stopped, and there's no run. You say you were a club mate of Matty Potts this last winter?
I have, yeah. He was at Lahore with me in the winter.
Did you actually play in Lahore this time? Because
yeah, we were actually we played.
So the bases were where? Karachi and Lahore?
Just Karachi and Lahore, yeah. I think the crowds were fanatical about cricket as they are in the subcontinent, Dave. And when lifting the trophy, it was even better in Lahore.
Were you able to go out and just stretch your legs and like last night you could have a wander around Durham? Were you able to go out in Lahore and Karachi and have a wander around, or not advised?
Not many wine bars in Lahore, Dave, to be honest. No, I was straight on the plane after we'd lifted the trophy.
Last ball is defended, yeah, but all the time you were there, just basically confined to the hotel, or
we were in a bubble, so yeah. We confined to the team floor.
A COVID bubble.
Yes, many of.
152 for one. Next ball is tossed up there. He gave that plenty of air, didn't it? Came down with snow on it, and Ben Duckett waited for it and then pushed it back to the bowler.
I'd like to see Ben Duckett just take a straw down the other end and take a single to
Driscoll again, and pushes this into the offside. So on a match day, then your coach would come to the hotel, and you'd all get on together. Would there be fans outside? Would there be fans outside the stadium?
Plenty of fans outside the stadium.
Next ball worked away. Single for Duckett, moves him on to 54. It does seem, from looking at social media from all these thousands of miles away, that Lahore Qalandars are, as you say, absolutely passionate and fanatical. And of course there's a rivalry with the other major cities, Islamabad and Karachi. And their supporters are almost as fanatical as the ones in India, and of course the football fans around the world.
Absolutely. Karachi, Lahore, that is a...
Driscoll bowls, and this time it's blocked.
That is a rivalry.
And who was your coach there, Akib Javid?
We had Akib Javid as head coach.
Good man?
Yeah, really, really good. Kept things really simple, didn't say a lot. And just let the guys get on with it.
Next ball. Driscoll bowls and nicely blocked. 153 for one. Martin Emerson with us here at Chesterley Street. Samit Patel is the other voice you've been hearing, former England all-rounder, still Still plays a little bit, as we've been hearing. He'll be turning out for Notts Outlaws in the Blast next month.
Soon for the proper cricket day, that.
You enjoy that, don't you? You're not quite I was going to say trend setter, but you're certainly a record setter. Most appearances, most runs, most wickets, most catches, most. Because you started when the competition started back in 2003.
I did.
Not many left that began in that first year. One or two in the game. Darren Stevens maybe would he have started. Bresnan,
Righty,
Luke Wright, yeah.
Ravi.
So there's a few of you left.
There's a few, yeah. Not many.
Will you outstay them, do you think?
Try.
153 for one. And a lot of changes from those early days of the Blast. Scores have gone up and up and up and up, and
they have.
The tactics and the field placings and everything as Potts comes in and bowls, and Duckett plays it down on the leg side. About 8 minutes to go to lunch, so maybe 2 overs from Potts, 1 from the spinner.
Might see a bit of Scott Borthwick. Might do from this end, maybe.
Where is he?
Just moved to slip.
Doesn't seem to be getting himself ready. Next ball. Oh, and he's out! Wicket. Duckett drags on. Matty Potts with the important breakthrough, and there is the all too familiar look of absolute frustration and torment and heartache from Duckett. He will not have had that featuring very highly on his radar. The fact that he was going to inside edge Matty Potts onto the stumps, kept a whisker low maybe, but certainly the deflection did for him, and Durham do get the breakthrough, and we will get that familiar troop off from Ben Duckett, who's played very, very nicely indeed, but has fallen to Matty Potts just before lunch here, out for 54, and Nottinghamshire won 53 for 2.
Yeah. As Martin's just pointed out, that on the cusp of lunch, Durham lost a wicket and Notts have done the same. And it can happen. I think Ben's played excellently there. And I know we're disappointed, as you are after getting a start and wanting to go big, as we always say, if you get in, you go big. But now it's given Joe not the best of times coming in, and there's nothing to gain in this sort of session. 8 minutes to lunch.
Joey's Joe Clark on his way out to the middle. Scored an absolutely sparkling century on this ground in the Blast in the COVID summer. That was you'd have played in that game, Samit. That was a real high calibre innings from Joe Clark, which he is capable of. Maybe we've not seen quite as many in red ball cricket as he's offered to give Nottinghamshire. A couple of 30s last week against Glamorgan, and again with Duckett, it always seems to be just a tale of what if when he gets out. Anything short of a huge score, because he always promises to really put a big one on the board. Might this be the day? Certainly, as you say, good conditions, good seeing conditions, decent surface, and a decent platform. With Nottinghamshire 153 for 2.
It's never ugly with Joe Clark, though, is it? It's always nice and pure. Nice stroke maker.
Doing 1 or 2 shadow shots at the crease. Shirt outside his cricket flannels. Extra slip brought in. Beddingham and Borthwick in there now.
He's got a jumper on, Dave.
Matty Potts comes in to bowl. First ball is a leave and goes through to the keeper. 153 for 2. It's a jumper rather than a cricket shirt. They're not really jumpers either, though, are they? They're sort of these fleecy things.
Just wonder if Matty Potts has got a bit of a niggle here. Not quite so sure.
Niggle from celebrating, no doubt.
Well, he didn't celebrate that much, and pulling up rather gingerly.
You watch him then, I'll watch the business end. Clark on strike. On striking. Holds the bat aloft and lets it go through to the keeper. He's another one, a little bit like Kevin Peterson, isn't he? Clark, in that he likes to get away first ball. That will annoy him that he wasn't able to get bat on ball. He'll push and run, get off the mark and get one against your name. But he's faced 2 balls here without getting off the mark. What did you make of Matty Potts?
Yeah, he was really good actually. Great work ethic.
No.
great teammate.
You were watching to see if he's got a niggle.
Oh.
Well, you were supposed to be watching to see if he'd got a niggle. He bowls now. And again, Clark leaves it alone. There's nothing there,
Could
Sammy.
be wrong.
You've
I
dreamt
could
it.
be wrong.
You've dreamt it. 153 for 2.
Don't we all like to get off the mark, Dave? As soon as possible.
Thinking of starting well and just going back to the blast, you very often bowl the first over of an innings around the globe in T20 cricket. Next ball pushed away on the offside. It's a bit of a cop out, isn't it? Because the batsman's not going to come after you in the first over.
The game has changed, Dave. I've seen people take down the first over like it's the last over. So nothing really surprises me
the
anymore.
dog's off for his dinner. Look, the pram is being pushed, and the little dog's snout we can see just stuck out, so you can see where he's going. Sorry, it's not great radio, folks, but
ready for his fish and chips.
Well, he is. I wonder if do dogs like fish and chips?
I'm sure they do.
I love how the dog just sticking his nose out. He's having a look. Oh, now somebody's stopped to pass the time. Fabulous. 153 for 2. The lovely things we see at cricket matches. George Drissel. St George's Day tomorrow. 6 overs, none for 22 for the Durham debutant. We'll bring Martin in a whisker of time as this one's deflected by Slater. Down to long leg. Seems a while since Ben Slater actually faced a ball, but he has now and gets off strike straight away. He's on 60. Clark will take a moment to take guard. In fact, before that, he does a bit of crouching down.
Wasting time, Dave, it's called. Ticking down the minutes.
Well, he'd have to, I think, lay down on the ground and call for the physio to extend this into to make this the final over. I'm sure Drissel will rush through this one.
Yeah, there'll be one more over after this.
What's umpire Lloyd pointing? Oh, he's just saying that the bowler's going to come round the wicket. Why is he going to come round the wicket to Joe Clark? A cunning plan?
I think he's going to angle it towards slip.
A Baldrick type plan from the former Gloucestershire and Somerset spinner, but it's not worked because Clark has eased this into the offside for a single. 154 for 2. They're clapping. What they're clapping? The quality of the stop, I think. Nice bit of fielding on the offside. So Drissel yet to bowl a maiden. Forced away into the offside. A couple of duck eggs in his figures there for Drissel. Nothing in the end column, nothing in the maidens column. You like to get both, don't you? When you come into a game straight away. This is tossed up and driven away nicely by Slater. No run. Nice to build up pressure with those maidens and then get something in that last column.
Yeah, I think he's bowled pretty nicely, actually. Done a decent job.
Slater tapping his bat and blocking this one. 12:58, the digital numbers on the big screen away to our left, and there is one ball left in this over, so there will be another over. And Martin will come back to guide you through it. Nicely defended, and Nottinghamshire replying to Durham's 230. 155 for 2. We've got one over left before the lunch break.
Yep, I've had a good morning this morning. 155 for 2. Get into lunch, 2 down, which will make things very much our session. Potts is continuing from the Lumley Castle end.
Talking about St George's Day tomorrow, weren't we, earlier, as Potts comes in, right arm over, is pushed off to point, no run there from Clark. Gert has tweeted, if it wasn't for St George, we'd all be talking dragon. Can't remember if he was Turkish or Cypriot. But, 'Tis tomorrow for those who like to celebrate these things.
In comes Potts.
Oh, an edge, and taking it second
He's
slip
out.
of the second attempt,
Loose.
and that is the end of Clark for one by Beddingham.
on
Great
lunch.
catch. Well, we saw Durham just get into trouble around lunch yesterday, and Notts have lost 2 in 3 overs. 2 in 2 overs, actually, isn't it? Well, 2 in 2 Potts overs. Good catch, that one, because it bounced out of Beddingham's hands, and he had to dive across to his left and take it at the second attempt, and that is lunch, right on 1 o'clock, but halfway through the over. 2 balls into the over, is it?
2 balls in, yeah.
2 balls into the over. Well then, that changes things.
Yeah, Joe he'll be disappointed with that shot, especially on the stroke of lunch. I did say there was nothing to gain in that little session that he had come out and bat, but unfortunately he's gone for 1.
44.2 overs.
Potsy's been the standout bowler this morning.
There's been not much to feast off, has there, from the bowling point of view? It's been
really
flat and hard. Anyway, a crucial wicket now then. The deficit column, 75, 3 down. Are we going to see a repeat of yesterday this afternoon? It's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out.
Be interesting afternoon session.
Yeah. Right, well, we'll leave it there. I'll be back on air in 15 minutes to do an update for Radio Newcastle. But as for now, that is the close of the morning session on day 2 here of Durham against Notts. Notts 155 for 3, trail by 75.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here, of making domestic humidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial humidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
One of the most successful entertainers of all time is coming to Durham. Wednesday, June 29th. Spend an evening with Diana Ross at Durham Cricket's Riverside Stadium. Hear the hits that have shaped pop music for over 50 years, along with tracks from the new album. Diana Ross, live at Durham Riverside Stadium, June 29th. Visit durhamcricket.co.uk now. Details and booking.
Hello. Yeah, lunch on day 2, and similar feel to today as what we witnessed yesterday, because Durham batted nicely yesterday morning and then got themselves into a bit of trouble around about lunchtime. The same thing has happened today with Notts. All 3 wickets today falling to the bowling of Matty Potts. The first was in the 5th over of the morning when he got Hasib Hamid for 33, but then a partnership of 93 for the second wicket from Ben Duckett and Ben Slater. Duckett, though, bowled by Matty Potts on 54 as he tried to cut a ball, dragged it onto his stumps, and then a big wicket just before lunch. Joe Clark was on 1. He edged Potts to the slips. David Beddingham diving across to his left, got a hand to it, it bobbed up in the air, and he managed to take it at the second attempt. So at lunch, Nottinghamshire are 155 for 3, and they trail Durham by 75. Could be in for an interesting afternoon.
Welcome to Chesterley Street, the home of Durham Cricket. My name is Max Whittle and I'm convinced that this club is trying to sign me because thanks to Vertu Motors, I'm here today to be tested in every way possible by ex-New Zealand international James Franklin. And yes, I will be going up against some of the Durham first 11. Just how does this coaching staff get the best out of their players? We're about to find out. So I've only been here for 5 minutes. Durham have already given me an Apple Watch and a shirt, but what I really hope they give me is a box because first challenge is batting. They're going to arrive shortly, so I'm going to go and let's go. Well, James, lovely to see you. I feel like the game picked today. What are we going to be up to?
We've got a few things planned for you, Max. You can jump in with me and do a little bit of batting with me, and then we'll finish with Cole Pearce, who's our fielding coach. So it gives you a bit of an insight to what the guys do on a daily basis here, particularly through the winter. And yeah, we'll see what you got.
Let's do it.
You're actually really fluent with the way that you hit the ball, but just once you hit the ball, just try and stay still. And then you get a better understanding of where your movements are, what your balance is doing.
Okay.
So I'm going to be coming over arm, okay? Same sort of thing. Lovely, 6 runs.
No.
Weight was a little bit back there, Max. Try and get your weight coming towards me. That's better, nice.
Right, let's have some fun. Are we ready? That is fast. Oh, fast. Oh, I nicked it. Jeez Louise. Yeah! Stokes, what do you think about the performance? Stick to the day job. So we've done batting and now it's fielding. We've got the mats out. Let's do it. I've got Cole Pearce here. You brought out the mats as well.
Brought out the mat for you.
Are you ready? Can I just jump?
Absolutely, go for it.
Get warmed up. Let's go!
Quickly pick up and go. Here we go. You ready? So in, set, done. Yes. Good effort. Try and get your head as close to the ball as you can. Good. Yes, good catch. Yes, that's a good one. Yes. Perfect. Just gonna throw it, take the catch. Pop it back up to me. Alright? Yeah. Good. Good. That's quicker than you think. Good. Okay, this I've got 2 balls.
2 balls.
Right? Red ball,
yeah.
You've got to catch it with your right hand.
Okay.
The white ball, you've got to catch it with your left hand. You ready? 1, 2. Good catch. 4, good catch. 5, that's a great catch.
Yeah!
Well done. Brilliant.
High five, Cole.
Brilliant. Excellent, that mate.
Next time around, I'll be meeting Durham's coaches to see how my bowling stands up against the rest of the team.
Welcome back to Chesley Street for the afternoon session here on day 2 of Durham against Nottinghamshire in the County Championship from BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Nottingham. 3 wickets to fall in the morning session, all to the bowling of Matty Potts, who plugged away, got his rewards on a pitch which really isn't offering that much to the bowlers, to be honest with you. Are we going to see, though, a similar scenario today to what we witnessed yesterday? Because Durham had a fairly good morning and then lost wickets just either side of lunch.
Hopefully not, Martin. As Potts runs in.
Starts his over. Oh, he's finishing the over, isn't he? Because he got a wicket for the last delivery, which brought about lunch. That's bowled to Lyndon James, played and missed.
It's a nice start from Pottsy. It looks like he's put on a yard of pace.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He certainly looks quicker this year.
Well, he mentioned to me in the winter that he's not renowned for his red ball skills, he told me. Well, I think he's made a bit of an impression at the minute.
He's still in the infancy of his career. As he comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a play and a miss as well. How old is he? 23 now?
Yeah.
So, and from a first-class point of view, what is this? This is his 21st first-class game, so he hasn't played that much. He's played a lot of T20 and things. He made his debut when he was 17 on General Election Day in 2017, one of about the 9 elections we had in about 4 years. As he comes here to bowl, and that's left alone by the batsman. And he's on for his second wicket maiden of the day. Here, one more delivery to go. So that was a draw at Canterbury. Nearly got a wicket in the final over, which would have seen Durham get over the line. Twice that year in 2017, Durham had the last Kent pair at the crease. Mitchell Claydon was involved on both occasions, and they couldn't get the final wicket to win the game, either here or there. Last ball, and driven out through the covers. James is off the mark. There's a slightly wideish half volley, 1 run. He'll keep strike. So spoilt with a single at the end, but other than that, it was a dot ball, a wicket, and 3 more dots, and then that single.
I think we're going to go for the same trend. I think the spinner's going to continue down this end, and the seamers are all going to rotate at the other end.
And applause for Potts at the end of his over there. So Dressel to continue. So he's taken none for 24 from 7 overs, but caused 1 or 2 little problems just before lunch, turning it. And
I think he bowled really nicely up until lunch. I know Ben Duckett's a very good player of spin, but he tried to control the rate. Spinner at this time of year is his own job.
Lyndon James on strike as Dressel comes in and bowls. And
edge pass slip.
Yeah, little edge down past first slip.
Just
Went into the floor
single.
though, it was controlled. So this is only James' 17th first class match. He's got 700 runs now.
Yeah, he's a bright future, I reckon, for Lyndon James. He's a nice player.
Well, his highest score now is 91 against Lancashire last year. Prior to that, he'd made 79 not out against Durham in 2021. So he's got the 650s to his name. Half centuries.
I think Dave up there was saying that maybe this is the time for him to score his first one.
Comes in and bowls. And this is played by Slater off towards point, no run there.
Game's in the balance again now. As he runs in.
Flights that up. Bit of dust coming up there as that's played to Keegan Peterson. A short extra cover. He's hurt his hand trying to stop it. Breeze has got up a bit as well now. Wind's just lifted. Had a wander around the ground at lunchtime, just along towards the health club and back. But it is chilly in the pavilion in the shade.
Yeah.
Dressel round and balls. And again it finds Keegan Peterson in the covers. The northwest terrace is in the sun. It's slightly protected from the wind, so there's a few people just in jumpers there. And in the corner of the lower tier of the County Durham stand on our right hand side, this is played out through the covers, and one run there for Slater off the back foot. That's sunny there. They're out of the breeze, and there's one or two people in t-shirts there. There's a man in a white short sleeves, looks at it. See him at the far end there?
I did, yeah.
So it's not as cold as you're making out, you see. This is defended by James off Dressel, and that is the end of the over. Apparently, if you live in a northern climate, you have generally thicker blood anyway. And then
apparently so.
So if you were to move to Dubai and live there for 6 months or whatever, your blood would gradually thin.
Thin, you're right.
158 for 3. Sammett's with us for another 15 minutes, and then he's on the rattler.
That's it.
Got matches this weekend, and you're playing in Derbyshire tomorrow, is it?
Derby Premier League tomorrow, and the Manchester League on Sunday.
Is it the first round of games in Derby tomorrow, or is it the second?
Yep, it's the first round.
Yeah. The North East Premier League started here last weekend.
Oh, did it?
Mm.
Who are the North East title champions? Who are they?
Well,
who are the best
Burnley
team?
were up there a lot. South Northumberland in Gosforth and Newcastle. That's where Marcus North used to be the director of cricket. They've got the
South Northern.
Yeah, they've got the indoor school there as well. Potts from the Lumley end. It's played away by Slater out through mid-wicket. Missed by Peterson, so he should get 2 here. And he will. England used to sometimes train at South North when they were up for one-day internationals or whatever. I don't know if you've ever played there.
No, we've always trained here.
It's a nice setup. It's just the other side of the town. We're from Newcastle City Centre.
Yeah, been there. Nice ground. I played in the second 11 game there actually.
Right.
Where we scored 550 or something in a day.
Wow. Bowlers on top that day then. Slater's on 63 from 130 balls as Potts comes in, right arm over to the left-hander. That's gone to point, no run there. Yeah, Durham play a one-day game there every year now, and it gets very busy. They set up the indoor cricket school as a huge restaurant. Normally get about 500 in there, I think.
It is a nice ground there.
Michael Richardson's running things there now. Former Durham wicketkeeper batsman. Potts in. Slater drives. Oh, good diving stop from Potts. He was low to that one. Got a hand on it. Left hand was not far off the ground.
That was you class that as a drop catch, but a very difficult one.
I think it was a very good stop. It never got more than about 2 inches off the ground, did it?
Yeah, it was a great stop. More stop than a chance, I'd say.
If he'd taken that, I mean, that would have been a worldie.
Chris Jordan-esque.
Yeah. 63 to Slater. Potts in again. Balls. Slater edges, and it flies through the slip cordon along the floor for 4. Down a third man.
600 in a day. There you go.
Wow.
Will Smith, 293. Anurag Singh, 62. David Lane, 64. S.R. Patel, 40. Josh Mearcons, 8. Paul Franks, 25. Gareth Clough, 68. Not out.
I think Will lives over that way somewhere.
Yeah.
I think he's in that neck of the woods. The bowling figures. 2 balls to go. Oh, wraps into the pads, but it looked a bit leg side-ish even from here, and it's not given. Slater on strike.
Bowling figures there were Callum Thorpe, 21 overs, 1 for 97. Would that be Sam Evans? Is that which Evans was that? Luke Evans? That'd be Luke Evans, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure. It's Luke Evans was at Durham, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be Luke Evans. Mark Turner, 12 overs for 107.
Wow. What year was this?
Be early on that.
Potts balls.
Shot.
Played by
Lovely
Slater
shot
out through the
from
covers.
Slater.
And it's away for 4 to the Northwest Terrace. Nice shot.
2nd 11, 2005.
2005.
It was a long time ago, that.
613 for 6 in a day, wow. Well, I wonder if, I'm trying to think, because at one time they used to have tennis courts down one side of the ground, and then they sold that land off and built some apartments and townhouses. And then the money they got from that, they were able to build the indoor school. So, and they've spent a lot of money on the ground since then, and they've had quite a lot of success South North over the years. They've won the National T20 Cup before as well.
Yeah, they're a big club, I think.
Melvin Betts coached there for a while.
Melvin
Spatey
Betts
was there for a bit.
It was fast back in the day, Melvin Betts. Did he go to Middlesex?
He did, didn't he?
Yeah,
And
did he?
was it Warwickshire as well?
Yeah. Did he start at Warwickshire? Or did he start
He was,
here?
well, he was a local lad. I think he must have started here.
Dressel continuing. Keep forgetting this road. What's this lane?
Finkel after the
Finkel.
Priory behind us. In comes Drizel from the Finkel
Nice
end.
shot.
Played away
Back
by
foot.
James off the back foot out through the covers for one. Yeah, up the river. You've got Finkel Abbey a couple of miles or so up the river. Old Priory there. I mean, they call that the Lumley end. The castle's
the
to
castle,
our right
yeah.
in the middle, and the Lumley village is behind us, so. Nine minutes to the top of the hour and news time update on BBC's Radio Newcastle and Nottingham. Dressel round the wicket to Slater, who's on 71. Got a short leg in place here. He's forward to that one and snuffs it out. Bright sunshine out there at the moment, and hardly a cloud in the sky now. Just a little bit of a wispy thing just over Chesley Street town centre, but the wind has got up.
Be anywhere in the world, couldn't you?
Yeah. Defended. This wind, I suppose, it would help with Dressel with a little bit of drift bowling into it.
Yeah.
Comes again right on round. That's a bit more of a medium pace delivery, really.
I think he tried the arm ball there.
Yeah. That's
Well, that'd be my excuse anyway.
to mid wicket. Yeah, it's slightly short of a length, wasn't it? And bowler comes in again, and this time
Fielded again
stopped by Peterson. Short extra cover. Good stop. Last ball of the 48th over.
Oh, I thought he just did him on length there.
Went back into his crease, Slater. Played it late, out through the covers for one. Corrected by Gibson. End of the over. 2 from it. A single at the start and a single at the end. Dressel none for 28 from 9, but bowling generally tidily. The other end, Matty Potts, 3 for 46, and those 3 are the 3 wickets to fall today. Notts are 170 for 3. They are 60 behind Durham. Durham lost 4 wickets for 29 runs in 14 overs around lunch yesterday. First wicket just before lunch and then the 3 after it, with Liam Patterson-White taking 2 in his first 2 overs. There's a conference going on here. Scott Borthwick, Matty Potts the bowler, and
I think
is
it'll
that
be.
Rushy or Ben Rain up there?
It is Ben Rain. The question will be, should we go around the wicket or stay over the wicket, I think.
To the left-handed Slater, who's on 72.
Deep cover, deep point goes out. We've got a third man and a deep point.
Yeah, Dixon's dropped onto the boundary in front of the pavilion. It's just mid-wickets in there and
I think
long leg.
as a batter, if you bowl a good ball, it goes to 1, so you're pretty happy.
In comes the bowler.
See?
And down towards third man it goes for 1. Yeah. Any tickle down the leg side's going to go for 4 as well, because there's no fine leg in.
We do have a fine leg.
He's more wide, isn't he? A long
He is
leg.
wide, yeah.
Rushy's slightly finer for this right-handed. James is on 3. Potts comes in and bowls. James plays the ball up to mid-on, no run. So have you got, who are you playing for tomorrow?
Langley Mill tomorrow.
Langley Mill. Where's that based then? What's that near?
That is near. It's on the border of Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire.
Right.
Not far from junction 26 of the M1.
Potts again to James. James
Shot.
finds mid-wicket, no run there. Is that the one before you get to Kegworth?
No, that is.
Oh, the top one, is it?
Yeah.
The one that takes you in through past all the speed cameras on the ring road.
Yeah.
My stepfather used to live there. And who are you playing?
Playing San Diego Town.
Right. In comes the bowler.
Lovely shots to mid-on.
No run. Yeah, I think my stepfather might have lived about the Eastwood area.
Eastwood.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I'm from.
There was a new housing estate built in the early 80s next to a massive cemetery. Couple of roundabouts down from the M1.
Town of D.H. Lawrence.
Is it?
Mm.
Was he Heart of Darkness or not? No, that was Philip Larkin, wasn't it? Lady Charlie. Potts bowls. It's left alone outside the off stump. Nearly up to the top of the hour. And then you're playing Clitheroe on...
I'm playing at Rochdale for Clitheroe on Sunday.
Clitheroe's a nice place. I was trying to explain this to Dave the other day, but he hasn't travelled much in life, he doesn't know. Near the Trough of Bowland on the Ribble Valley. Got the cattle market there as well, isn't there, Clitheroe?
Mm.
And the inn at Whitewell, have you been there?
No.
It's quite a upmarket joint. That's left outside the off stump and away to the keeper it goes. And that is the end of the over. 171 for 3. 1 run at the start of that over and then 5 singles. Nice to see you, Samet. All the best. Have a good weekend. Off to get the train back home. Are you doing the Worcestershire game next week, are you? Alright. Samet will be back on air with Brace for the Worcestershire match first day next week. So you can hear him then. I'll be on the train down to Hove on Wednesday. Got a bit of Duran Duran in me, isn't there? The Union of the Snake. Nothing going on the pitch at the moment because Durham are altering their field. They've brought deep square leg up to the edge of the square as Drizel bowls round the wicket to Slater. Slater holds his bat in the air as if pointing a wand and tells James to stay where he is at the other end. Drizel in again. Bowls. Defended, bat and pad. If you're wondering why George Drizel's playing for Durham when he wasn't named in the team yesterday, it's because he is the concussion substitute for Liam Travaskis. This is defended. Out to the covers it goes. Travaskis got hit twice in the head yesterday and retired hurt on 15. And then after tea, Dressel came out to bat after Potts was out. And so we won't see Travaskis again in this game. I'm not sure how many days he'll have to sit out now. It used to be 10, I think. In comes the bowler. This is played out towards the cover area. And stopped. 1 run from the over so far. A couple of balls ago. Quick single. 2 balls left. Right arm over to James, who drives out into the cover area again. I think that is Jones, is it, who's fielding there? Stop the last 2. It is, it's Michael Jones. Last ball of the over. And Slater drives. Not Slater, James drives, and it bounces into the floor and into the hands of Jones in the covers. End of the over. Katie has tweeted, she says, we're listening in a very rainy Capri. Sounds like you have much better weather there than we do in Italy. Once trying to get out of the island of Capri, you go from, where were we? The Amalfi coastline. And it was October and it was a bit of a stormy week and all the ferries were cancelled, so we never got across there. Matty Potts, start of a new over, 50 overs into this innings, and not 173 for 3 as Slater plays that off towards the point boundary for 1. Potts in. Oh, playing a miss from James outside the off stump. Derek says Northumberland under 15s trained at South North over the winter as Potts comes in the bowl to James. This has gone off through mid-wicket and 1 run. Good diving stop from I think Gibson at mid-on. Durham and Northern Diamonds play a game there a season as well. He says it's a great place to be. I think Surrey are there against Durham this year in the One Day Cup. Potts bowling to the left-handed Slater, who's on 75. That's through to the keeper. Remember, if you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or at Brace Cricket on Twitter, or weircricket@yahoo.co.uk on the email. If you're preparing for the first week of the new cricket season in the Midlands, who are you up against tomorrow? North East Premier League into its 2nd week tomorrow. Potts to Slater. Along the floor out into the covers. And a throw by Jones while sitting down. Misses the stumps, and now there's not overthrows. They could have had a run there, but they didn't in the end. Keegan Peterson eventually mopping up on the other side of the ground. I think you need another lodger, Dave. I do not break out. Slater on strike, cannonball. And got quick single swing. No worry. Durham on a fairly winning track here in Chester to the ball out for 230. Yeah, and not suddenly lost the first wicket this morning. Had even will be paused for 3. Puts in the wicket as well. Took the drag one onto his stumps on 54. And Joe Park in the slip by him. That was challenge when he was on 1. Since then, not so fun. 150 Slater and J for business ball.
Helped the offside and a single away. Into the agency. Just been that opportunity overnight.
Was it going in that direction?
Round the wicket comes Drissel. James punches to Jones at extra cover. And there's no run. Marty doing a spot of playing watching. Have you got his number?
Well, I'm just surprised to see a plane going
Drissel
in that
tosses
direction.
it up, driven crisply to rain at mid-off, no run.
It's obviously being sent in from the coast to come round in a loop, maybe coming from a westerly direction at Newcastle. Don't normally see them going from east to west here.
Drissel again, round the wicket. James, again, a textbook forward defensive block. Maybe a bit of congestion, a bit of backlog. Got to do a circuit or two. Drissel wears 8. Nice high action, but he drops this one short, cut away, got away with that a little bit. Lyndon James cuts it straight along the ground to backward point. And there's no run, so just that one single from the first ball of the over. Ben Slater getting the run to move to 77 knots, closing in on both the Durham score and before then, of course, the first batting point at 200 there. 176 for 3.
It's a Eurowings flight from Dusseldorf to Newcastle. I think that's a new route. I think it's only just started in the last week or so. I didn't recognise the tail of it. So it's obviously been sent out towards Hexham to come back in from the west. And land into the headwind. Beautiful clear skies now, not a cloud. As Potts comes in the bowl to Slater on 77. Slater plays this up to mid-off. No run there. Has he got 100 against Durham? What's he's got 650s against Durham. 73 at Trent Bridge, 60 in Chesley Street. He's got 9 centuries to his name. Plus he's got his 77 today, so 41st time he's passed 50 in first class cricket. Potts in. Driven up towards the cover boundary. That might go for 4. Dixon's there. It's gone for 4. Far into the pavilion.
Spanked the pants off that. Lovely looking shot from Ben Slater to move into the 80s. I think this then, Martin, this highest score against Durham by Ben Slater, isn't it?
Yeah, where was he? 73 he got in 2021 at Trent Bridge.
So uncharted territory for Slater on this ground. And he got 4 centuries during his time with Derbyshire, and as soon as I saw him I thought that looks a fairly meagre total for a player of his quality. And this one has been parried by keeper Eckersley. It absolutely flew into his gloves and obviously hit the heel or something. It ballooned up in the air and Scott Borthwick dived and took the rebound, but there'd been no edge.
His highest score this season had only been 17, so he hasn't really had a start, has he?
No, he's had a meagre return really though. Was at the crease to hit the winning runs down at Hove. It was only 2 not out, but he hit the winning runs.
Potts again, and playing a miss. That's gone low to the keeper, just takes it above the ground. Looking to cut one that left him, swung away.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Middlesex are building a good lead in Cardiff. They're 280 for 8, replying to Glamorgan's 122. Leicestershire made 213 at home against Derbyshire, who are 168 for 2. And Brett D'Oliveira now 159 not out. Sussex's torment nearly at an end, 477 for 9.
Potts balls, Slater onto the back foot, flicks the ball out through mid-wicket for 1.
In that Derbyshire score, by the way, Martin, at Grace Road, Sham Massoud 95 not out. He looks to be a bit of quality that Derbyshire have picked up.
What did he end up on last week? Wasn't it the highest score for a Derbyshire debutant or something?
Something along those lines at 230 or something. In Division 1, Hampshire are 80 for 2, replying to Kent's 305. Lancashire 117 for 2, replying to Gloucestershire's 252.
Lyndon James on strike. As Potts bowls, it's a bouncer. He ducks out of it. Bounces again before it reaches the keeper, and then into his gloves. That is the end of the over. 5 from it. Bernard's emailed. He says 173 for 3 is much better than 150 for 1, but not still have the advantage at present. But nothing decisive in this game yet, he says.
Rest of the Division 1 scores. Yorkshire 296 at Wantage Road. Northants floundering in reply, 131 for 6. At the Oval, Surrey relatively early in their chase, a 29 for 1, replying to Somerset's 337, 150 odd for Tom Abel. And Warwickshire 187 for 5. They've got the lead over Essex at Edgbaston. Essex bowled out for 168 yesterday. So after... No, they're still going to keep going. I thought there was going to be a bowling change, but no, it's going to be George Drissel. 11 overs, no maidens, none for 30. Ben Slater on 82. Make that 83. It's exactly as he did first ball of Drissel's previous over. Just rocked back and eased it into the gap on the offside. If this over follows the same course, Lyndon James will get on the front foot and block the next 5. One slip. A catching short mid-wicket in there. In Dixon, and first of the prospective blocks by Lyndon James. Truly and duly accomplished. 182 for 3. Lovely afternoon for watching cricket as James blocks. I say that from somebody that's inside, maybe out there. Well, you don't know, it might actually be warmer than in here, but there might be areas of the ground, a little bit of shade where you might welcome a blanket. Next ball pushed crisply, and that's beaten the field. It's gone past the diver Ben Rain. Just wondered for a moment as the all-rounder flung himself to the ground if he was able to cut it off or not, but couldn't, and Lyndon James doubles his score, moves on to 8, not 186 for 3, and just a small sample there of what Lyndon James can offer. Talking to Samit during lunch, and sooner or later Lyndon is going to deliver. He's sort of the only one now of the 3 young guns not to deliver a century. Come close a couple of times. This one's worked away on the leg side. Liam Patterson-White and Joey Everson have both reached 3 figures now. They're actually both picked up 5-fers as well. Lyndon's had a 5-fer in the Royal London, but not yet in the Championship. This is tossed up and he'll drive that one away for another boundary. And it might just be time for Scott Borthwick to have a little look at this end and consider the pros and cons on keeping George Drissel on.
Might be worth Scott Borthwick having a 12.
Drissel 12 overs now, none for 39, but as I say, no maidens. There's been no real build-up of pressure. 190 for 3, and Lyndon James will be very happy if that is the end of Drissel, that he's managed just to tuck into a couple of boundaries there in that over before he went off.
The wind has certainly picked up this afternoon. Flags are at full pelt now. And I remember hearing the weather forecast on our radio station this morning saying it was going to be a windy day, and coming here and it was quite nice. And it is still sunny. Chris Rushworth is coming back into the attack. He's had no luck so far in this match. Still looking for that wicket, which will bring him 550 in the Championship. Been a slow start for him this season in general terms with the ball.
Cricket dressing rooms are occupied by those that are more than happy just to sit there, perhaps with, I don't know, a word search or the paper, or just sit and watch the cricket, and those that are restless. And we've already been visited by Luke Fletcher during this morning. He's one that will always get up and about and whatever. I think Dane Patterson's another one. He's wandering round the boundary edge. We've seen him a few times already during the course of the day. He's over front of the county stand, away to our right. He does a lot of laps of the ground, Dane Patterson. when you're number 11 and if you're restless, you've got to find something to do, haven't you?
I used to just sit in the corner and listen to music on me Walkman. Rushworth wide arm over. Start of a new spell for him. And Slater placed the first ball out into the covers, no run. So this is over number 14 for Rushworth, none 427 so far, 4 maidens. If I left the Walkman playing, I could quite often come back and listen to the same song when I got back in again.
This is the 55th over of the innings. I would imagine as a batsman you're rather more pleased to be facing Rushworth in the 55th over of the innings than the first dozen or so.
Here he comes again. This is defended by Slater. You mentioned Daryl Mitchell's comments about him in Chris Rushworth's benefit brochure, and it was quite funny. He said there were 3 things that kept him awake at night: too many Jaeger bombs, undercooked prawns, and the thought of Chris Rushworth with a brand new cherry in his hand first thing on a morning on a green top.
Yes, Daryl Mitchell's autobiography, written by with Frank Watson, BBC commentary colleague, released on Monday. Should be a good read.
Rushworth in balls, and not sure if that's a play and a miss or a leave inside the line there. It's gone through to the keeper. I think Rushworth got Mitchell 11 times, and that's more than he's got anybody else.
Scott Borthwick for the next over, do you think?
Where is he?
He's at slip. He's just whirled his arms around, but
might be just trying to keep himself
yes,
warm.
he may. But as I say, Drissell's not really been able to exercise any great pressure.
Rushworth again to Slater. That's gone down towards the backward point for 1.
That's 39 behind now, 191 for 3. Durham with the 1 bowling point. That's a couple of big blows away from the first batting point.
Last game of the group stages last year, Durham had those small boundaries here and ended up being bowled out without getting a batting point. I think for about 154, and then fought back in the second innings. Rushworth to James, playing a miss there.
Yes, we've talked about collapses once or twice in this game. That Joey Everson came on and 8 overs later, the same spell, he'd got a 5-foot and just ran through the middle order. Sometimes you have days like that, and for a young player, can certainly elevate your game, just give you something to think back on over the winter. Always there. It's a game of statistics, of course. It's always there just to have a look at and be proud of.
Rushworth bowls, an edge from James, but it was along the floor, and it's beyond the grasp of second slip Scott Borthwick, and away for 4 down a third man. Rushworth's body language doesn't look the best, does it? He looks a bit fed up there.
6 from that comeback over, and of course Borthwick put him on primarily to try and break this partnership and get a wicket, but also would have expected Chris Rushworth to be able to dry up an end, but 6 runs even with a healthy outside edge wasn't part of the plan. 195 for 3 Nottinghamshire. Durham 230. The men out today: Asiba Mead 33, Ben Duckett 54, Joe Clark 1. All 3 of them out to Matty Potts. There's going to be a change, and it's going to be, is this Gibson?
Looks like it, yeah. The elbow strapping on.
So just have a word with Scott Borthwick, will you? 2 or 3 times he's done me today. He's stood there whirling his arms around and giving every indication that he's going to bowl the next over, and then he's, as I say, then he's done me.
He's one of these captains who doesn't bowl himself that much, really. He seems to be...
Stephen Mullaney's a little bit like that as well. Gibson's another one. You're going to look at these figures, Martin. 4-0, 25-0. We'll be looking for a better spell, and kindly they've put him on from this end just to almost say different end, different day, get on with it. He's in then, and bowls to Slater. Ben Slater gives every indication that one might just have kept a fraction low on him, but stays on his crease line and keeps it out, and goes down, does a little bit of gardening. So the early exchanges in this over shaded by Gibson. Had Slater in a couple of minds. He's on 84, Ben Slater. He's 23 not out overnight, 60 not out at lunch. There's Gibson. Runs in with no little pace, bowls a ball which is just played circumspectly up to rain at mid-on, and there's no run. 195 for 3. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham. Glad to have you with us. Samit's heading back towards the East Midlands for his big match tomorrow against his brother. But if you'd like to get in touch to Martin or myself, at Marty Cricket, at Brace Cricket, and Marty's also got an email address he might allow you to use, as this is beautifully timed by Slater. Square of the wicket on the leg side. The only one that could have potentially stopped that would have been umpire Lungley. It was that square of the wicket. A lovely shot takes him to 88 and knocks a 199 for 3. Would you like to give a reminder for anybody who wants to use the email, Marty? Because I can never remember it.
I know, I can tell. wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. WEAR. Shan Masood this year, by the way, Derbyshire for Derbyshire, 91, 62. It was 239 he got last week. He's 96 not out today.
Nice looking shot from Slater. He's on to 88. Notts need 1 for a batting point. Gibson bowls to him and he'll get that one, forcing it out onto the offside. So Nottinghamshire just 30 behind now, 200 for 3. It's come up in the 56th over, 218 minutes. What's that, about 3 hours 20 minutes in real money? Nottinghamshire, or Notts as it says on the board, Notts. It says Notts, and it also says Durham Cricket.
That's what they call themselves.
Like it wouldn't be Durham Cricket. Just in case you're
Well,
confused.
Notts are sharing the same name as Notts Forest, aren't they? So
well, just in case they were confused that they're playing Durham volleyball team or some such. There's Gibson now to the right-hander, and well, a streaky inside edge, I think, past the sticks and down to long leg for a couple by Lyndon James. Bit of fortune for the young man. Takes him on to 18, 202 for 3, and that Durham advantage is diminishing quite rapidly now. They're just 28 ahead. Once again, they'll be looking for the bang-bang. 2 wickets in quick succession, as they had when Duckett and Clark followed within the space of 7 Potts deliveries. Next ball on its way now, and on the legs of Lyndon James, and once more it's a run to the tall right-hander behind square on the leg side. End of the over, comeback over, and quite an expensive comeback over at that for young Master Gibson, who's 5 overs, no maidens, none for 33.
new ball is still 24 overs away. 55 overs remaining in the day. They had 15 last night. James is on 19 from 32, and Rushworth's bowling to him from the Lumley end. He's got 2 slips in place. James forward to that one, plays it past Keegan Peterson at point. He chases out towards the boundary on the Castle side of the ground. 2 runs. 5th partnership from these two as well. It's come in 71 balls.
Obviously not as easy as for the last 2 or 3 overs they've made it look, but it's almost help yourself a little bit at the moment.
Again, it just feels like there's nothing doing with the ball, doesn't it? And each wicket's really come as a surprise.
Yeah.
205 for 3. Rushworth to James. He bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. Through to the keeper.
It's hard to try and build up pressure when you've just put a fairly modest score on the board yourself. Can't be overly attacking. Got to try and cut off some of these boundaries. As we often point out, though, it's a huge ground here. It's a lot of gaps. There just aren't enough fielders to fill all the gaps.
Rushworth again. Playing a miss this time from James. Just looking at Tim Sanders' little vlog. It's quite good, isn't it?
It is very good,
nice.
Yeah. Dad and son, I think, had a very nice day here yesterday. But, shared by some of the Nottinghamshire players as well.
Three balls gone in this over, 3 to come. There's Rushworth bowls to James, it's wide of off stump and left alone. Ben Stokes returning from the nets, just had a net session with Neil Killeen. Still no official word as to when he's going to be available for Durham. You'd like to think it would be soon. Bryden Carster returned from injury as well after a knee op in the winter. Mark Wood out with an elbow operation.
Yeah, get all of those, and Alex Lee's back in, and suddenly it's a very strong looking side.
Rushworth bowls, it's gone through to the keeper again. Paul Wilson's email, this is hi do, Marty and Dave. Greetings from a fairly sunny but chilly Costa del Hartlepool. I've just got back from Middlesbrough following a few appointments and meetings. Excellent start from Durham yesterday until the wheels fell off later in the day. Should be with you for the rest of the day today. No band to watch tonight, so a night off. Have fun and keep up the good commentary, he says. Come on, Durham. As Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over.
Well, Sussex have been in the field for a day and a half. They've eventually got Worcestershire all out. And they are 0 for 1 after one ball. Ali Orr has been dismissed by Joe Leach. First ball of the Sussex innings.
It's always the way.
Always the way, yep. 205 for 3 here as we approach 2:30. Second afternoon. A lot of cricket left today. 54 overs remain. May well be that we drift on after 6 o'clock again, but
that's always the way as well.
Well, it is always the way, and as long as we're enjoying the cricket, we don't mind too much.
Talking of bands, watched a good band at the Harbour View last night called the Andy Taylor Group. They were excellent. They come down from Orkney. That's a canny drive. We were doing a little tour of England and got chatting to them. I did a couple of broadcasts for BBC Radio Orkney a few years ago on the Inter-Parish Cup Final, which is a highly thought of football tournament up in the islands. As Gibson is going to bowl here to Slater round the wicket from the Finkel end. That's played out into the covers. And yeah, so in Orkney, if you whichever parish you come from, you can play for that parish in the Inter-Parish Cup. And finals days on Highland Show Weekend, County Show Weekend in August, and they get a big crowd at Kirkwall Athletic Centre. So they hadn't done commentary before. They were looking for somebody, so I went up there and did it for a couple of years. Really enjoyed it. Trips to Kirkwall and Stromness. As Gibson comes in again and bowls and cut hard down towards the point boundary. There's a fielder out there who stops it right on the ropes. That's Michael Jones. 2 runs to Slater, takes him on to 91. And while up there, I met a lad called Rory Auskerry who worked for the BBC, and a lad called Neil Gray who worked for the BBC, who's now a member of the Scottish Parliament. And Rory had been studying in the North East. He was studying at Sunderland, now lives further down the country. And I just mentioned to these lads, do you know the two of them? And yeah, we were on the phone to Rory last night, they said. As Gibson comes in, and that's another cut shot out towards the point boundary again to Jones. 1 run for Slater. Moves him on to 92. So they've been touring around. They've been playing in Derbyshire and Manchester and Sunderland this week. At some point we'll make it back on the ferry to Orkney. There's not much in the way of trees up there. Very windswept. If you ever get the chance to go, those lovely spots, some interesting things to see, the stone circles. And Gibson over the wicket now to James. James plays this short on the leg side, just in front of mid-on, and goes for a quick single. Potts picks it up and has a go at the stumps. Misses the target, but James was there in his crease anyway. Slater on 92. Heading for a century. Gibson round the wicket, bowls. It's left alone. It pitches and stays low and goes through to the keeper. Durham have had 314 centuries in first-class cricket. This is their 30th year. And there have been 333 against them, I think. In comes the bowler. Through to the keeper once again. Stays low. And that is the end of the 58th over. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Nottingham. Day 2 in Chesley Street. Northeasterly wind now. Seems to be certainly more northerly now than it was earlier. It was more easterly with a bit of north in it. It's now more northerly with a bit of east in it. Rushworth running in from the Lumley end to James. Goes through to the keeper. So these two came together after lunch. The wicket to fall at lunch. Clark caught in the slips by Beddingham at the second attempt off the bowling of Matty Potts for 1. Nottinghamshire now just trailing by 21 at 209 for 3. And this partnership's 54 from 82 balls. 83 balls now. And here's number 84 as Rushworth comes in and bowls. Driven out through the covers by James. And that might go for 4. There's a chase on. It's stopped right on the ropes. Drizzell grabs it back just as it was about to cross the line on the Castle side of the ground. And they run 3, so Slater comes back on a strike on 92. James has 25. 212 for 3, 18 the deficit. And in the next few minutes, Notts, you would imagine, will establish themselves in the lead here. Rushworth turns, comes in and bowls. Played by Slater to mid-wicket, no run.
I'm back.
You've been away.
I've been away. Yes. I was listening to a comedian getting grilled by the presenter. You know, 10 of these quick-fire questions. Do you like this or this or this or this? And do you like brown sauce or tomato ketchup? And his answer was, my roots are in tomato ketchup, was his answer.
Rushworth bowls, defended. It's awful stuff, tomato ketchup.
It sounds like the working title of a book or a BBC drama.
Or the difficult second album.
Yeah, my roots are in tomato ketchup.
It's the smell. Don't like the smell. Can't beat a bit of brown sauce, though.
Agree.
All over your fish and chips. A bit of gravy, lovely. And curry sauce.
Sit down. Sit down.
Where's the... I can't see the
No, I
waving at.
can't.
Oh, there. Somebody was right on the edge of the side screen.
That screen's a mile wide.
Yes. Rushworth bowls, left by Slater. Rushworth coming over the wicket, so Slater the left-hander is looking towards that corner, but I couldn't even see the person there.
Obviously providing a bit of a distraction at the far end, but I struggle to see that far. When I was playing, struggled to see that far. Somebody moving by the side screen.
Last ball of his 16th over from Rushworth. It's played to mid-on, no run. Still looking for his first wicket then. That is the end of the over. 212 for 3, the deficit 18. 3 runs from the over off the second delivery, and then the rest dot balls. The Notts staff have found themselves a nice little corner to sit in. They're all leaning against the fence at the far end of the northwest terrace. They're on the grass. One of the analysts got a computer there, but they're obviously out of the breeze there and in the sun.
I think both Fletch and Samet were saying it's sort of a chilly little balcony, the players' balcony there on an afternoon.
It's got its back to the sun most of the time.
There's Ollie Gibson on for 37, his figures. Lyndon James clips this to mid-on. Matty Potts doing the fielding, and there's no run. Andy Eastham asking about Stuart Broad. I think the word is that he's likely to feature next week against Worcestershire. Gibson all the way back to the sponsor's logo, bowls, and Lyndon James just plays it down in the ground. Keegan Peterson doing the fielding. 212 for 3, Nottinghamshire 18 adrift. Means at the moment Notts 4 points, Durham 2. Gibson once more. Bowls a short pitch delivery. Lyndon James, a big tall man, bobs underneath that. It goes through to Ned Eckersley.
Durham started this round of matches 1 point ahead of Nottinghamshire, having drawn both of their games, 15 points from each. Notts beat Sussex in Hove and then lost to Glamorgan last week.
Played very well, Glamorgan. Clearly didn't play as well against your side or in the current round of matches against Middlesex, but they played well at Trent Bridge. Nice looking push up to mid-off by James, no run.
What was the story of that game? Who was the main difference?
Notts with 250 for 4 in the first innings on the first day, and were bowled out for 302. You sort of fancy they lost their way a little bit there. 250 for 4. You'd certainly want many more than 302. So that was the first day. Edged, falls short of second slip. It's nicely stopped. Is that the skipper? Don't think it carried. Made a good stop. And then on the second day it was role reversal in that, chasing that 302, Glamorgan got to 240 for 8, so it looked as if Notts were going to have a first innings lead of 30, 40 or 50, and the ninth wicket partnership put 100 on, and the last wicket put 30 or 40 on, so Durham had a first innings lead, Glamorgan had a first innings lead of 77 when they, truth, should have been well behind. Nice looking shot by James, square of the wicket on the offside, and that's not been stopped. Fielder down there in the floppy, couldn't drop to the ground quickly enough, and the ball into the boundary boards for 4 to Lyndon James, 29.
Is it Rushworth?
216 for 3.
Shan Masood's got 100 now, so now past 500 runs this season, only in 3 games. So he's had a 91, 62, 239, and he's now 116 not out. For Derbyshire.
I think Mickey Arthur had obviously worked with him during his time with Pakistan, and knew what a good quality player he was. And I guess had to do a bit of a sell, with all due respect to Derby and Derbyshire, had to do a bit of a hard sell on him and got him there. That's a very good signing.
Rushworth to continue from the end. There's two people walking behind the side screen, waiting for them to go.
Sit down. See, they're not doing any harm, are they?
No. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Slower ball, flicked off the legs by Slater, down to fine leg for 1. He moves on to 93.
Paul Taylor watching the live stream. Lyndon James is pure class, he says. There's an outside chance the game last year that he might get 100 at Trent Bridge. Captains were happy to shake hands on a draw when he was 79 not out, just ran out of time.
He's on 29 at the minute. This is his 48th delivery that he will face as Rushworth comes in and bowls. James plays the ball back to the bowler. Still 20 overs to go to the new ball. Feel like Durham just need to try and inject some life into this here, because there's nothing happening for them at the moment.
I said about the restless Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. Luke Fletcher now out taking the afternoon air. It's not a good look, is it? Socks and flip-flops. Luke, I'll have to have a word with the big man about that. He'll have a natter to Michael Jones. Poor old Michael. Yep, there he goes, look. What's happening, Jonesy? Hey up, Fletch, lad.
Rushworth in, bowls. It's a short one. It's hooked over the top of the... In fact, into the ground by the looks of things. It's pulled that down into the ground past the slip cordon for 4. More or less behind the stumps. Richard says I couldn't get to the ground today, so listening to the great two-person commentary, brackets you and Samet, of course. He said, we really miss Collie in a situation like this, and I'm fearing a massive first innings deficit.
Does he have any role with the club at all now? Official role?
He was coming down last year for net sessions and things and a bit of coaching, but he's very much England at the moment, isn't he? So Rushworth again to James, that's left outside the off stump and into the keeper's gloves.
Well, he's sort of interim England, isn't he? He's not,
yeah.
I suppose, like everybody else, just waiting to find out what might go on. Andy, some socks and flip-flops, Fletch. That's a massive no-no. I'll tell him, Andy, don't worry about that. I'll tell him. Tell you what, he's getting a bit of a march on, isn't he?
Yeah. Got long legs, though. 2 balls left of the over. Rushworth balls to James. Played up to the cover area, no run.
I don't think it's a one-way trek, is it, round the boundary edge? Because if he's making his way to the rest of the Nottinghamshire contingent, he's gone.
Yeah. He's doing 2/3 of a circle instead of a third.
He is. He could have come out the dressing room, down the steps and turned left, and he'd have been with them 5 minutes ago. Instead he's gone all the way around the ground. He's at the far end now. My joy would be untold if players held up for Luke Fletcher walking in front of the sight screen at the far end. That would be fabulous. And if it was Slater on strike, he'd do it as well.
Bit of psychology going on here. Rushworth's dropped 2 onto the leg side boundary to give James the impression he's going to get a short one.
Yeah, made sure he's noticed it.
Here he comes and bowls. It is short and it's hooked out through mid-wicket for 4 anyway.
30 love.
Not the best of deliveries, really. Nothing happening for Chris Rushworth today either. So he's now bowled 17 overs, none for 46, 4 maidens.
2 short pitch balls in that over and cost him 8 runs. Lyndon's got a bit of a charge on here. He was on 12, I think. Last time I looked, he's on 37, not out now. It's not quite true, but you know what I'm saying is accelerated nicely, hasn't he? As I think most of the coaches would say, it's the way to play your innings. Don't come out, go crash, bang, wallop. Just ease your way into it. As Slater did this morning, didn't score a run for about 25 minutes and then got going.
They've put on 70 and 100 balls, these two.
And that's a pretty decent return, isn't it? The spinner's coming back. George Drissell, or Drissel. 12 overs, no maidens, none for 39. I know I was repeatedly banging the same drum, but you've got to start, I think, by getting something in that second column. Dry the runs up, get a maiden, get 2 maidens, put pressure on. I hope it'll bring a wicket, but too many deliveries were just pushed into a gap, and the batsmen were able to rotate at will. Let's see what happens now. Lots of 5 behind, and Ben Slater needs 7 for his 10th first class 100, and he's cut this away, probably a couple of them. Michael Jones is out there and does cut it off, and there are 2 runs to Slater, so he's on to 95 and lots of 3 behind.
A long way to throw the ball back there from Jones, right on that castle boundary.
David Revel, Brace and Marty are the modern day Hinge and Bracket. Great crack and great cricket from Notts as well today. There's more to that. Thanks, David. This one pushed to mid-on. There's no run. To me, Division 2 cricket all seems a bit pointless this year. What are the teams playing for? Any clues? That's the thing that frustrates me, and has done the last 2 years. And I know we've had COVID and we don't know this, that and all the rest of it, but David's absolutely right. Slater's chased after that one, missed it. It's gone through to Eckersley. You could play all this and scrap out for a promotion place, and then find there is no promotion.
All these changes they've made in recent years to the county championship structure has not benefited the game at all, has it? Not at all.
No.
And they can't see the damage they're causing.
Next ball cut away to backward point. Peterson does the fielding. There's no run. Just
let's get rid of the toss. Let's bring the toss back. Let's get rid of the heavy roller. Let's bring the roller back. Let's have 2 divisions where there are not the same number of teams in each, so you don't play everybody twice. Let's have a bigger second division. Let's have a bigger first division.
Gibson bowls and it's defended. Look what you've started now, David.
Meanwhile, everything they do impacts on what's happening with England, and then it's all the county championship's fault.
I thought you were going to burst into song then. Everything I do it for you. Gibson bowls whipped away by Slater. Now then, runs here. He's not going to get 5, of course. He was on 95. Will he?
This is an
back
overthrow.
for 3. We'll come back for 3. So he's going to go to 98. But that 3 means the scores overall are tied, or the match situation has them locked together. Durham 230 for 10, Nottinghamshire 230 for 3.
They are in a position here where they could go on to get a very big lead. Durham just look flat in the field. There's nothing going on with the ball. Body language of the bowlers is not good. They're still 18 overs away from a new ball, and if they're waiting for that to come, well, the lead could be quite a substantial one by then anyway. 230 for 3. And the other thing is, there's still nearly 50 overs left.
Yeah.
It's 49 to go. There's an awful lot of cricket left.
So Ben Slater 98 not out.
Ben Raines coming into the attack. The partnership breaker, quite often.
Keeper standing up as well, which he hasn't always done for Ben Raine. So the blood will be pumping just that little bit faster for Ben Slater, I'm sure. Quiet first couple of matches. Keeper's gone back now, look. I've said it. He's standing up. I didn't think he was going to stand up for Ben Raine. Not that he couldn't take the ball out. Yeah, well, I was going to say not that he couldn't take the ball outside the off stump, but it's just so risky for anything into the pads, isn't it? You just tickle it away and there's a chance of runs, and especially when a batsman's on 98.
2 runs for his 10th century.
It's Raine to bowl to him then. And cut away. Now then, has he found the gap? He's run the first one quickly. Well done, Ben was a shout from somewhere. But only gets a single.
James on 37. Comes on to strike.
Red balloon time.
What's red balloon? Oh, 99.
And Notts are leading as well, by the way, Martin.
So what's that, the 63rd over?
What did Durham bat for? About 78, something of that order.
78.4 was it when they were all up?
So they've got there a little quicker as well. Well, substantially quicker.
James is looking around, counting fielders, working out where everybody is. I think everybody's roughly where they were before. Got one man at deep backward square leg on the boundary.
Not being overly quick about setting the fields either, Durham, at the moment. I'm not sure what is the... where's the doodah? -1.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about.
Rain in then to James. Plays the ball short on the leg side, no run there.
I think he's going to be a terrific player, Lyndon James. The way he's begun his career, the way he conducts himself, but also his level of performance, whether with bat or ball or in the field.
Rain in. Ball played back to him by James.
David Revel sharing my thoughts. Nothing wrong with 2 divisions of 9.
No.
Play 16 games.
Yeah.
Play everybody home and away twice. Did enjoy that format.
Yeah. And England were world #1 at the time as well. James plays this one up to mid-off, top ball. How on earth do you think they're going to get a better test team by playing fewer and fewer county championship matches? And if they then hemorrhage 6 sides and there's less of a pool of players to play, to choose from, how's that going to improve things? Less games, fewer players. It's only going to go in one direction, isn't it? Not suddenly going to have better players because there's fewer clubs.
Less
means
matches.
There's fewer matches. There's
less income coming into the game.
Yeah. These lads are now playing 4 championship matches less a season. Do they have to hand back 16 days worth of pay? Rain to James, off the edge down towards third man for 1.
That'll once again bring the focus on Ben Slater, because with 1 ball left in the over, he's back on strike on 99. Came to the crease about 25 past 5 last night when Nottinghamshire began their innings. 23 not out overnight, 60 not out at lunch. Very productive afternoon session for him.
Some news from Middlesbrough Football Club. Chris Wilde has had a conversation with the chairman and is staying there. He's been linked with Burnley.
See, this is taking an unnecessarily long time to sort out, and in the end nothing really is sorted out. So it's going to be
9 games.
Slater on 99. There is Ben Rain. Final ball of his 11th over. Balls to the left-hander, and Slater just gently pushes it into the offside. No run, end of the over. Notts lead overall by 2.
Just a very slow passage of play at the moment as well, isn't it? There's very little going on.
Stephen Mullaney due in next. He's got a terrific 1-day century here. Well, 3 years ago would it have been? 120 something from memory, his highest 1-day score. Really was a terrific knock, that was. Of course, he's played here many times, but that was one of his finest innings on this ground. The Notts captain Tom Moore's due in at 7. Liam Patterson-White, James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher of course has had a 92 on this ground, and Dane Patterson. Once you get down to him, you're guaranteed 1 or 2 thrills and spills. Drissel, the off-spinner, bowls to Lyndon James. He's on 38, just happy to defend. Played very sensibly since coming to the crease at lunch, Lyndon James. Drissel in again. Helps it onto the leg side. In a way, he was helped a little bit. Obviously, wouldn't have wanted Joe Clark to get out before lunch, but getting out in that final over before the break meant that Lyndon fully had 40 minutes to prepare himself for his innings. Clips this through the leg side. Martin's right, very little happening out there for the bowlers, and yet again a single is taken from the bowling of Drissel into his 14th over, no maidens now. And here is Slater then, once again an opportunity. The field tightening. The man Michael Jones on the offside boundary to the left-hander being brought into the ring to try and save the single, to try and keep him there. Square of the wicket on the leg side, there's a gap, tossed up, and Slater down into the ground and fielded by the bowler.
Durham were the last side in the country last year to concede a century.
Slater ready again. Will push at this one. Got stuck somehow underneath his foot, I think, and Ned Eckersley comes from behind the stumps to pick it up. One ball left in this over. Is this the moment for Ben Slater? Gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Drissel bowls. Slater lets it go through. A little bit of turn there, and Eckersley takes it to his left. The wicket keeper. End of another over. Notts 233 for 3, an advantage of 3 runs.
Coming up to, you know what's going to happen here. He's going to get this 100 while you're off on the other channel updating Radio Nottingham. So it'll be handy for you, but from commentary point of view. So there's 2 wickets right in the stroke of lunch from Durham's point of view. Duckett for 54 and Clark for 1, falling to the bowling of Matty Potts. Has not really led to anything this afternoon. Been nearly an hour and 20 minutes worth of play in this session. No wickets, and this partnership from Slater, who's on 99, and James on 39, is worth 78 from 118 balls. Rain in and chopped down into the ground by James. It runs down to third man. Michael Jones stops it right in front of our commentary position, just manages to keep his toes off the ropes as he has the ball as well. Diving stop, and James gets 2.
Tell you what, if he's got one of those step things on during the course of a day, Michael Jones, it will be running up huge numbers. He's everywhere. He's here, there and everywhere. Does a lot of the chasing, a lot of the diving, and always seems to be actively involved.
Rain to James. Right arm over from the Lumley end, no run. Notts 235 for 3, lead by 5. Durham did not acquit themselves well with the bat yesterday. Bowled out cheaply for 230 after a fairly decent start as well. Had been 96 for 1. And then things went a bit awry after lunch. Rain into James. This is defended. So Dave has gone off to talk to Radio Nottingham. You can't make up the timing, can you? Slater, 11 fours. In his 99, he's faced 184 balls, but he's at the non-striker's end at the moment as Rain bowls to James. Ball defensively played up to mid-on. Stiff northeasterly wind now, although the sun continues to shine in County Durham, and there isn't a cloud above the riverside, just the odd little fluffy bit of cotton wool across towards Washington. There's hardly any of that either. Looks like it could have come out of a factory chimney. Altering the field is a slow progress. This constantly moving the field around, taking time. They've brought deep mid-wicket into mid-wicket. Keeper now standing up to the stumps as Rain comes into bowl to James. That's off the pads, he's appealing, and I don't think that's going to be given, and it isn't. They're now staring at him as if to say, why wasn't that given? But I just never felt that looked right, even though we're down at third man here. Rain looks disappointed by the decision of Tom Lungley, but to be fair, it is umpire Lungley who's given the LBWs in this game. Last ball of the over. Rain in, balls played by James out into the covers, no run. End of the over, so that brings Slater on the strike then as he looks for this century. Previous best score this year was 17 going into this game. 184 deliveries he's faced, and he's on strike with a strike rate of 53.8. He's on strike then. Everybody's in close now. Drizzell, right arm around the wicket. Slater cuts, bounces the ball down into the ground. It bobbles across to Keegan Peterson at point, no run. Drizzell again. Bowls. Cut. Oh, he smacked it into the keeper's gloves and it bounces away. He deflects and he's got his 100. There's the cheers. It's come in 186 balls. A little element of fortune there at the end, and 11 fours. He raises his bat. And applause from around the ground. Good work from him. His highest score against Durham as well at the moment. .236 for 3 now they are. And they lead by 6. Next ball is bowled to James. Played short on the leg side. This one now played out through the covers for 4 up to the pavilion by James. Update coming short for Radio Newcastle. So the ball that got him to his century is Drizzell bowls to James. James digs that one out, bobbles back the buzzer. He looked to cut it and he hammered it off the wicketkeeper, bounced off the wicketkeeper as he fell backwards and ricocheted sideways to allow him to get the run. Last ball of the over from Drizzell, bowling to James. Played up 2 Potts at mid-on, and that is the end of the over update now. Well, Nottinghamshire now have the lead here. They lead by 10 at 240 for 3, and 100 of those runs, 100 exactly, belong to Ben Slater, the opener. He's faced 186 balls, and his 100 included 11 fours. It's the 10th time he's got to a century in first-class cricket, and it's the highest score he scored against Durham as well. The 3 wickets to fall all came this morning, all to the bowling of Matty Potts. The last of them to fall just before lunch. That was in the 45th over, and we're now at 21 overs later. There's just nothing happening with the ball out there for Durham at the moment on a really benign track, and Notts lead by 10.
Couldn't be any happier for Ben Slater. Pretty low output in terms of runs from the first 2 matches for him, and he's got right back on it on a surface which I think everybody would agree, as once you've survived the new ball burst, it gives you every opportunity of going on and putting a score to your name, but you've still got to do it, and Slater has played very nicely indeed. Really had a long look this morning before starting to open his shoulders, expand his stroke range. It's been a really good innings. He's pushing this next ball into the offside to Peterson, so Notts lead by 10. Still got about 12 overs, best part of 13 overs to go before the tea interval. And nicely poised. 44 overs left in the day. Could be in a strong position by Stumps if maintain this level of progress. Next ball is blocked into the offside. Drissel doing the fielding. Lyndon James on 45 now as well. Same number on his shirt as on the scoreboard beside his name. This pair came together at lunch. Joe Clark out in the final over, and off they trooped at 155 for 3. So they're about at 85. Rain bowls. Slater plays it into the gap on the leg side. But there's no chance of a run. Just didn't quite manage to penetrate the ring. Borthwick setting me up again, because once more he's just whirled his arms around. In fact, he actually ran up 3 or 4 steps and turned his arm over, bowled an imaginary ball. But we haven't seen him yet. Scott Borthwick. There's Rain bowling from the Lumley end. Once more played on the leg side by Slater. Will be absolutely buzzing inside, I'm sure. He'll know that it's his job to go on. He's the one best place to really turn this into a huge score and a huge first innings advantage for Nottinghamshire. Lyndon's played nicely at the other end, but I might say well done, but I feel there's work undone if he gets out right now. This just pushes this gently into the offside. Mott Lang, good afternoon, gents. Quiet exclamation of joy at Ben's 100, sitting outside a cafe in sunny Stamford. Bob says form is temporary, class is permanent. Mike Brown, Martin must have been talking about the shape of the game, the future of the game, and the various formats as you're speaking common sense. This is pushed back to the bowler, Ben Rain. End of the over, 240 for 3. I think that's what it was at the start. Yeah, maiden over for Ben Rain, 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 43, and lots of congratulatory messages coming in for Ben Slater, which is lovely. It's been a high quality innings. So already this season, Notts have had centuries from Stephen Mullaney and Joey Everson at Hove, from Ben Duckett at Trent Bridge last week, and now Ben Slater. So getting a good output from different players. Could do with a Seba Mead going on and converting a big score. Here's George Drissel, here's Martin.
Is this the start of a new over? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Driven through the covers for 4 there by James. I think both of these lads could cash in with big scores here today. There's nothing happening out there at all. It's a lifeless pitch.
James on 49. He played
79, didn't he? Did you say the other day against Durham?
He was another one of the Notts trio that played here against the Indians last year. So played twice at the Riverside in consecutive weeks.
Defends this one. This will be his 7th 50 in first class cricket. Highest score 91 against Lancashire in 2021.
Against the Indians last year, he scored 27. And bowled Rohit Sharma and Mayank Agarwal, both openers, opened the bowling.
This is defended and played away and picked up by Borthwick at mid-wicket. Drissel comes in and bowls again, flights it in, played back to him.
Samit Patel says, yes, Ben Slater. I'm listening to you guys on the way home. Thank you, Samit, for your
not in the quiet
contributions.
Fifth ball of the over, and played to backward point. No, they set off for a single and changed their minds. Tippy-toeing toward each other, and then tippy-toeing back again.
I think it was probably stopped by the legs of the field. They can maybe see the hands and arms and wondered where it had gone.
Dressel round the wicket poles, and it's going to go for a quick single here, or Potts. Borthwick and Potts got in each other's way there. I don't think there was a run out on, but Potts was lining up to throw it. Borthwick slid in front of him and he let go of the ball. 50 in, 75 ball, 8 fours.
For Lyndon James, and it was a little similar to the push and run from Ben Slater in the previous over, in that it was a real harshly run scrambled single to get over the line, but Lyndon James does get his 50. Nicely played indeed. Chancellor's 50, and he's well set to go on and help himself for the rest of the afternoon and beyond. 11 overs to go until tea. That's 2:45 for 3, so the next thing to look out for is a second batting bonus point. The lead already 15. Going to be rain from the far end. Bowles, and Slater cuts, beg your pardon, Lyndon James cuts this down to third man, where Michael Jones stops and throws all in one. Good work by look at Borthwick. Now, is he going to bowl or what? He's absolutely going through the traditional pre-bowl routine.
Well, I don't know why he hasn't brought himself on yet, because Durham have got to try something else here. They've run out of ideas and they've hit a wall. They're now 9 away from the 100 partnership as well, aren't they?
Yep. Rain put in a shift here. This is his 14th over. Bowles. Slater drives into the offside, through the offside. Might just, no, it's gone all the way. That was a really good cricket shot. I just wondered if it might just be chased down, but no, there was enough on it, and there is the 250. So Notts have a second batting bonus point coming up in the 69th over. And these, you talk to the players, these are the overs where they really want to cash in. If there's a set batsman, or in this particular case, there's 2 set batsmen, the last few overs before the taking of the second new ball, they'll really want to make the most of this. Next 11 overs, rain in again to Slater. Pushes to backward point, no run.
The way things are here, Dave, at the minute, I know we're only part way through day 2, but I'm struggling to see, unless Durham have a terrible time with the bat again, in these docile conditions, how this doesn't end in a draw.
Ooh.
It's going to need a big second innings from Durham, but it's just lifeless out there, isn't it?
There's rain round the wicket and Bowles. This is eased it into the offside, and there's no run. Wasn't too much assistance for the bowlers yesterday, and Liam Patterson-White helped himself to a 5 for, and Durham were bowled out for 230.
Well, he did well, but there were some shocking shots as well, weren't there? They got themselves into a right pickle after lunch.
Still 42 overs to go in this, the second day. And if Notts tick along even at 2.5, 3 and over, and still have wickets in hand at the close, they're going to be 170, 180 in front, as this one's chopped away to the backward point, or wide-ish third man. Again, Michael Jones comes round. Good return into the gloves of Eckersley, but 2 more taken. James on to 53. Exactly. No, not exactly. Do the maths, Praise Girdle. Slater has 105. So not quite exactly half.
Final day last week against Leicestershire. Only 2 wickets fell all day in 80 overs.
So one is on a draw. 253 for 3 with 7 sessions and 10 overs to go. There's rain. to Lyndon James. This is pushed into the offside. I'm not disagreeing with you. We've all seen positions like this just suddenly collapse away, and a position of strength can become one of reasonable parity. But Nottinghamshire from here, especially having got into a good position last week and squandered it a little bit, will be, I'm sure they'll be annoyed if they don't get up to and beyond 400 at least.
There can always be a collapse around the corner, we know that, but there's 11 overs to go now to the new ball, and the new ball doesn't necessarily bring wickets because it can go to the boundary quicker than the old ball. Borthwick's bringing himself on at long last in the 70th over. Can he do something to break this partnership, which is now 98?
Both Nottinghamshire batters taking some fluid on board before Borthwick begins his probably brief spell. I say that because the second new ball is just around the corner. He's another one who had a terrific time of things with the ball at Trent Bridge against Notts. Good number of years ago now, before he left to go to Surrey, but the game where he got 188 not out, he get a 5 for a 6 for as well. Terrific individual performance.
It's the over rate still -1. Yeah.
Used to be a time where they'd change it as and when time went on. They just seem to change them now in the sessions.
Borthwick, first ball, flighted up to Slater, plays it to Dressel, mid-wicket, no run.
I mean at the end of sessions or in the breaks.
Borthwick comes in again, bowls, and ooh, now then. Did that carry? It did. Has that been put out? He's just tapped that out to Dressel, and I think he's just put the ball down off Slater, just on the corner of the square.
Might not have carried, but Borthwick was putting his hands to his face.
Just defended. It was difficult to see whether it reached his hand or it just bounced in front, because he's creating a dark shadow and lost sight of the ball as it went into that shadow.
Always want to give the benefit to the fielders unless it's absolutely clear cut. He threw himself forward. It was always going to be very, very difficult. But it was a false shot, certainly.
Slater turns this one off towards mid-wicket to Dressel. 1 run. Wouldn't mind seeing that again, just to see if it did carry to Dressel or it bounced just in front of him.
Could well be one of those you could watch 20 times and not be absolutely clear. Notts lead by 24. We've got the right-handed Lyndon James down to face the one-cap wonder, Scott Borthwick. Played for England 1 Test match.
Dabbed away by James. Middle and leg. Richard says, I can't agree with your optimistic draw scenario, Marty. Like the Girdle man said, we were dismissed on a docile track yesterday fairly lamely. Durham aren't as good as they like to think. Now, I don't think they'll fail twice like they did yesterday, again, in the same game. It's pushed up to Potts. No run, end of the over. For Bedingham not to get runs in at least one innings. And Keegan Peterson surely we'll get more runs in the second.
No,
well, they're going to have to anyway. But I mean, the thing is, at the minute, there's a lot of time left in this game. But we've seen James get to his 50 and Slater to 100. They're not in any hurry at all. The game's not accelerating away from Durham at this moment in time. The lead's only 24 as things stand. But the obviously important bit is the column which says wickets, which is only 3. So Notts know they've got loads of time in this game in which to play with, and of course the plan would be to try and just bat the once.
I've half a mind that Jimmy Pattinson might well be more of a handful in the second innings. Feeling certainly from the Notts camp was that he got better and better as the day went on yesterday, as Rain comes in and bowls, and this is worked away on the leg side. One of the many Michael Jones out there does the fielding. I say that because almost every time I'm on commentary, wherever it's hit, it's number 10 doing the fielding. He said earlier, gets through an awful lot of work. Is there just 2 fielders on the leg side, Martin? Or I'm peering round a pole.
You've got long leg and deep mid-wicket. Yeah.
Where's your long leg then? We haven't got a long leg. We've just got 2 fielders on the leg side for Ben.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking in. Yeah.
Next ball is
That's
pushed in
man,
the
isn't it? White.
So there's 7 on the offside, and he still threaded it through there for a single. 250.
Partnership 100.
5 for 3. It means a century partnership between Ben Slater, who scored 47 of them, Lyndon James 53 of them. I'll tell you what that tells you as well. There's been no extras in this afternoon session. Slater 47, James 53. They came together first through lunch. The partnership began after lunch, so 100 already added in this session, and there's still 8.5 overs to go. Lyndon James on strike. Here comes Ben Rain. 71st over of the innings. Push straight to Drissel at point. No run. Got that 2-man wall in there at short mid-wicket, catching of Durham, just in case Lyndon James clips a leg side or something angling into middle and leg, just in case he clips it in the air through mid-wicket. 2 of them there hoping to pluck it out of the sky. Rain in, bowls. It's hit along the ground to short mid-wicket. Keegan Peterson doing the fielding. And there's no run. Notts lead by 25. The men out today. Asiba Mead for 33. That was 60 for 1 in the 20th over. Ben Duckett for 54. That was 153 for 2 in the 43rd. And Joe Clark caught bedding and bowled Potts for 1. That was 155 for 3 in the 45th. All 3 wickets to Matty Potts. Next ball hit away through the offside by Lyndon James. Bit of a chase on here. Now then, ball or fielder, ball or fielder, ball or fielder. Where's your money? The ball just beats George Drissel to the rope for 4 runs. Hit it a bit harder, Lyndon, I'm sure Slater's saying. They were just turning for their 3rd when the ball crossed the rope, but just enough on it to get a boundary away through the offside towards the Castle side of the ground. Lyndon James on to 57. Varieties, I think they used to call it. Is that the bingo call for that? 57 varieties. Slater 107 at the other end, and once again Durham pondering over the field's placings and adjustments and changes in an effort just to try and plug all these gaps. 29 in front, Notts. 7 wickets in hand. 30 in front, 7 wickets in hand as Lyndon James leaves varieties. I know his mum was up yesterday. I don't know if she stayed up for the game or just came for yesterday, Lyndon, but whether she's here in the ground or listening from back home, she'll be once again very proud of his contribution. Back in the side, missed the Glamorgan game last week, bowled a lot of overs, 70 odd down at Hove, and has dropped right back into the swing of things here. Nottinghamshire 260 for 3, still got 8 overs to go until tea, Martin.
Yeah, 9 to the new ball. 30 is the lead. The sun shines in Chesley Street. James dabs one away from Borthwick to backward point. Stopped by Keegan Peterson. Dot ball. Borthwick again, right arm over the wicket. James goes back into his crease and just plays the ball safely on the offside, no run. It's been a slow passage of play this afternoon. As Borthwick bowls again. James looks to cut and finds Peterson at backward point. Bounces awkwardly and hits him in the arm, but it's no run.
Would you like to quantify a slow passage of play for a
Well,
side that scored over 100 runs in the session?
It just feels like there's not been there's obviously not been a wicket, but there's been a lot of interruptions, a lot of pauses in play.
There has. There's been a lot of runs as well.
Borthwick in again, bowls, turned off towards mid-wicket. Doesn't feel like that sitting here commentating on it. 4 dots here from Borthwick. Lead remains at 30. Comes in and bowls again. James defends. Going back into his crease once more. The ball stays low. Borthwick with a few little keepy-uppies there.
Another Centurion, Middlesex's wicket-keeper John Simpson, but Middlesex are now 336 all out. He's 104 not out, so they're between innings. Glamorgan will bat for a second time.
And this is defended as well. That's a maiden over from Borthwick. So 1 run from his 2 overs so far.
Always thought he was a fairly decent cricketer, John Simpson, and a little unlucky not to attract the attention of the selectors. And then he did last year or the year before, the occasion where a squad was announced for a series against Pakistan, and then obviously there was COVID in the camp, so they had to announce a fresh squad. And
that was last year, wasn't it?
And he did get in and did make his international debut for England and was a very proud man. But I always thought, whenever knots have come up against him, he's an excellent keeper, but he's also a niggledy-good batsman, high-quality batsman, and he's got a century today, John Simpson. Who have we got on now? Mr. Gibson coming back with figures of 7-0, 41-0. Bowled 4 overs earlier from the Lumley end, then 3 from our end of the ground, the Finkel end, and now he's reverting back to the far end. Ben Slater will have seen him off twice and now welcomes him back. On 107, 260 for 3. 105 runs scored this afternoon as Slater gets behind this, pushes it into the covers, no run. That's the 73rd over of the innings, so where are we? We won't be seeing the second new ball until just after tea. Straight after tea, Durham can, if they wish, take it so they can formulate their plans during the tea break, which is 20-25 minutes or so away. 260 for 3, next ball cut away by Slater. There is protection out there on the offside boundary, and they'll just exchange ends. 261 for 3. Slater on to 108. Lyndon James has 58. Mullaney in next, a right-hander, then succession of left-handers in Moores, Patterson, White and Pattinson, and then 2 more righties at the bottom in Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. So Durham will be sick of bowling to left-handers by the end of the innings. Lovely looking shot by Lyndon James, but it's straight to the... Was that an extra cover? It's a good stop nonetheless. And there's no run. 6 lefties in this Nottinghamshire batting lineup.
With the white sunglasses on yet.
In fact, 5 lefties in this lineup. Slater, Duckett, Moores, Patterson, White and Pattinson. 5 lefties. And comes Ollie Gibson again. Bowls, worked away down to long leg. Ben Rain stoops to pick it up and fires the ball. And Gibson, homegrown talent?
Yeah, he's come through the academy. Played some club cricket at Shotley Bridge College Club. And the academy.
Almost seems every time we play Durham in a county championship match or a first class match, there's
it's 3:30 by the way.
Another promising youngster young seamer making his way through. This is pushed back to him. It seemed for a while that the only time Mark Wood played in the early stage of his career was against Nottinghamshire. Yeah, we haven't got a 5:30. I mean a 15:30. I beg your pardon. For reasons best known to the rest of the world, it's 3 in a row or some such.
Might be guessed the year.
262 for 3. Lead of 32. Chesterley Street with its sunny hat on as this is pushed into the offside, no run. No sign of an ice cream van though.
No, it's not there, is it? Where is he?
Sometimes see one, don't you, in that little gap between the scoreboard and the stand away to our left. We've seen them parked there over the years. We've seen them in the far end car park, and before the temporary permanent stand or the permanent temporary stand, they'd often used to park up on that side of the ground, didn't they? But we haven't seen an ice cream. It's a little early, isn't it? They're still in winter hibernation. They're still spending last year's.
Was here yesterday. It was here last week. Certainly here last week.
262 for 3. Yet to sample my first chalk ice of the summer.
6 overs to go to tea. 7 to the new ball. Borthwick bowls. James turns this round the corner and Rushworth's chasing after it down towards fine leg. 2 runs. One
of the disappointments of it being so cold at over a fortnight ago. It was, it was more your Bovril sort of weather. I know all the meaty, yeasty drinks are available, but it was really cold.
Can't beat a decent Bovril with a bit of pepper in it.
In fact, down on the front, I was taking 1 step forward and getting blown 2 back.
Borthwick again, balls defended. Remember being down there May a few years ago, and horrendous storms sweeping up the English Channel. There was a spout heading for the ground at one point, like a typhoon spout, you know.
Borthwick spinning the ball from hand to hand.
Balls, that's a bit of a looser delivery, and it's played by James out through the covers for 1.
Yes, I know there'll be an outcry of disgust, but at a football match at half-time, I would always, as a fan obviously, I would always rather go and get a Bovril or, well, yeah, a Bovril than a pint of something cold. I know the queues are often shorter as well for that, but yeah, it's just part and parcel of a Saturday afternoon football match, isn't it? Pint and a Bovril or whatever.
Single here from Slater out through mid-wicket off Borthwick. 2 balls left of the over. Paul's email, he says, I've been restraining myself, but I really must comment on proposals for county cricket.
Go on, Paul.
Which haven't officially come out yet.
No.
Having what's been described as the red ball reset, which Michael Vaughan described last week as PR guff, I think was the phrase he used. This is played up to mid-off, dot ball.
Go on, Paul. Go on.
Fewer or shorter games, fewer teams, fewer players. I can't see how any of these can contribute towards a better test team, which is, after all, the purpose of county cricket. Last ball of the over.
Whoa!
Oh, he's dropped
go
the
on,
ball.
whack it. Whack it. Go on. Go on, Lyndon. Run down and whack it. It's slipped out of Scott Borthwick's hands. It's rolled. It's trickled down the track like he's playing marbles, and he's rolled it down there towards Lyndon James. Go on, dance out your crease and whack it. I don't think you can anymore. You used to be able to, didn't you?
No, well, it was signal a dead ball.
Yeah.
Borthwick in again. Balls defended. End of the over. He says if this is to happen, if this is Rob Key's policy and this is to happen, and he is to commit these outrages as he describes them, then he shouldn't have the job. He said a change which I believe is worthy of consideration but doesn't seem to have occurred to anybody else is to alternate between 2 and 3 divisions each season. Following the 3-division tournament, the Bob Willis Trophy will be awarded as in COVID days, and potential changes to rules and points could be trialled. 10 games having been played, 5 home, 5 away, taking 10 weeks. There will be a summer break for white ball games and to organise fixtures. Then the top 3.
There's Gibson to bowl to Slater and opens the face, guides it down to Rain at third man for his 110th run, 268 for 3.
So he then says after that, the top 3 of Divisions 2 and 3 would replace the bottom 3 of Divisions 1 and 2. It's all getting a bit complicated now.
Yeah.
A further 6 games taking place after that. If you end up with 10 county championship games, how long is it before it's then 8? And then where are you left?
Exactly. Next ball is defended. What makes me smile is when people ask my opinion. What would you go for, Dave? And you know, I'm fairly constant. I would love it. It won't happen, but I would love it to be 2 divisions of 9, 16 games.
Yeah.
So you say that, and then they come back to you. No. The conference system is much better. As if I'm then going to say, oh, all right, then you're right. You know, have your own point of view, but don't ask me mine, and then tell me I'm wrong. Next ball is pushed away by Lyndon James into the offside for a single. It's happened a couple of times today. Just you have to smile.
The idea that everybody stood an equal chance of winning the county championship last year because it was in a conference was just a farce. Because once everybody started to play, the weaker teams found themselves in familiar positions again. And I wasn't really surprised by many of the teams who were in Division 3. I thought Durham might be able to get into Division 1. They ended up in Division 2. If the point system had been different, it might have been different, but...
Gibson bowls, Slater punches it to mid on. There's no run. So once again, runs have come from this Ollie Gibson over. On for 45 now in his 9th. Are we at the end of Paul's correspondence, which we thank him for?
He then goes on to say, this is a long email, I don't expect you to read it all.
Oh, right. Good effort. But it just shows it cares, there's passion there. He's put a lot of thought into it and taken the trouble to get in touch, and thank you very much. Next ball pushed nicely by Slater into the offside. Be looking to bat through his 2nd full session of the day, and he's 4 overs away from doing so.
Tell you what, it's a job for life though, Brace, isn't it? If you can get yourself on the ECB review panel, there's always a review coming along.
Well, we're given the opportunity to vote in our politicians, but we don't get the opportunity to vote for the really important stuff, the people that are running cricket, do we? As Gibson bowls, and this one's worked on the leg side, and there's no run. I've always said it'll be different when I'm in charge, but the fact of the matter is I'll never be in charge. 268 for 3. Slater.
Have you still got the back of that fag packet?
Well, speaking of fag packets, as you describe it, the first thing I'd do would be bring back the Sunday League. There you go.
Well, there's a lot of travelling involved with that, wasn't there? You know,
well, there was.
You play 2 days of a county championship in Hampshire and then have to drive up to Worcester for a Sunday League game.
Yes, but I wouldn't do it like that. No, it was one day. You started a county championship game on the Saturday, 3-day county championship. Then you'd break off to play a Sunday game, and then you'd play Monday and Tuesday. The rest of the county championship game, which, looking at it now, it's absolutely bizarre, isn't it?
Borthwick bowling here too. James, who cuts the first delivery out to the covers and doesn't get a run and is unhappy with his timing of his shot there, feels he's missed out. There is a man at deep extra cover. There's a man at deep mid-wicket as well. Borthwick, the leg spinner, in again he comes, nurdled around the corner, no run.
See, that's what we like. Mike Brown, Dave, you're not wrong. 2 divisions of 9's got to be the way to go. Anybody with an iota of common sense can see that.
I've been covering Durham for the BBC for 23 years. And the first season I started covering them, 2000, was the first year of 2 divisions. It's gone out towards the covers for 1 by James. Everybody played each other twice. In the recent concoctions where you played some teams twice and some teams once, quite often miss out on the weakest side in the division twice and only play them the once. How's that fair? Could end up playing the best team in the division twice and lose to them. Gone off to square leg again. They're constantly chipping away at it. But as Stephen Chalk in his book about the first 125 years of the county championship pointed out, they've always been chipping away at it. They've always messed around with the format ever since it began. This is played by Slater towards mid-wicket. I wonder, it's all well and good, these people coming along with their review and saying, right, there's only going to be 10 games this season. What if the clubs say, no, we're not doing it? Then what?
Oh, you will, because we'll bung you some more money, I would imagine, is the
Well, how
is
much
the
money is
answer.
left in the
Well,
pot now?
I don't know, but there's less cricket for the fans. What's going on here?
They've lost count of how many deliveries they've had in this over.
Well,
I
it's
think.
up on the board. Look, 1, 2, 3 dots, or 1 and a dot.
No, they now
five.
think that's the end of the over.
No, they've missed a dot then.
How many?
Somewhere.
How many did you write down? 5.
Over.
Yeah, the scoreboard says 5 as well. Now they've just added another dot on the scoreboard.
That's the way to do it. Add an extra dot. That's the way to creative scoring for beginners. Add an extra dot. End of the over. Move on.
Well, Scott Borthwick thought it was the end of the over, didn't he? And then the umpires then got on the walkie-talkie to speak to the scorers.
I'm sure it's all above board. Borthwick, 4 overs, none for 6. He's waited all day to put himself onto bowl, and he's done a very good job since doing so. Where are we? 3 overs to go until the tea break.
Leeds 39. Importantly, what's this partnership now? 114 from 190 balls.
Gibson bowling to Lyndon James, who mistimes an intended drive down the ground in the V, and it trickles to mid-on. Andy Eastham says, speaking of half-time pints, Dave, Notts County were awarded a late-in-the-half penalty. Many of the young throng who had trotted off to the bar rushed back, stood behind me with all their fresh pints in hand. The penalty was dispatched. I ended up being ale-splattered as the pints were thrown high. Yes, that's one of the perils.
How can the youngsters afford to waste beer like that?
The last time Notts County scored. Pulled away by Lyndon James, and he'll get a boundary here. No protection out on that leg side fence. And Lyndon James will just ease his way. I was going to say into the 60s, and I'd have been wrong. He's on to 68.
Can you have a beer in the National League, can you, while you're watching the game?
You might find out soon. 110 for Ben Slater, 273 for 3. Notts lead by 43.
I'm not planning to go and watch any National League games anytime soon. They are still in the National League, aren't
That's your trouble. You don't spread yourself.
Watch a bit of Northern League.
Far enough or wide enough. Gibson in once more, bowls Lyndon James. Whoop, plays it down, and it's actually trapped between his two plates of meat. Picks the ball up. I'm sure he asked, is it all right if I pick the ball up?
I think you can have a beer during in normal Northern League games, but if it's an FA Vars match, you can't.
I don't know. Last couple of years, I've certainly in COVID times, I sort of started getting into it. I started watching more non-league football, lower league, and very much enjoy it. You can go along, you can park for Nout, get in for a couple of quid, watch a good game, have a.
Are you still getting in, pretending you're a pensioner already?
Eased into the offside. Now there's a grey area I could talk about. I could occupy. Well, some places.
You got your bus pass?
Well, some places you go and it's concessions for over 60s, and some you go it's concessions for over 65. And when you're betwixt and between.
So you only got the ones for the over 60s.
Well,
then?
Don't want to be accused of ripping a club off for a quid or so. 273 for 3. Next ball is a bouncer, goes over to the keeper. Tell you what, when I go to non-league football, and generally most of the clubs are fine, and they're all their resources are stretched. And I never do this in proper football league games, whether I go as a member of the media or a fan. But I always make sure I buy one of the half-time golden goals or raffle tickets or whatever. Always buy a programme. And
have you seen the Euro lottery's 109 million?
Is it, by Jove? No, I shan't be winning that. This goes through to the keeper, but I hope all my nearest and dearest have bought a ticket then. 273 for 3 at the end of the over. 109 million. Crikey me.
What would you do with that? Get the loft converted?
I'd give it all to a donkey sanctuary or some sort. No. It's obscene money, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could buy half a Premier League footballer for that, couldn't you?
Probably
273 for 3. Yeah.
Well, whenever I go to watch non-league, I always, you do the full works. Those grounds that sell a programme still. about £6 to get in, £1 for a strip of losing raffle tickets.
That's it.
Bovril pie.
Yeah,
pie.
that's it. You're there.
This is played away by Slater off Borthwick to mid-wicket. No run
You
there.
know we're getting late on in the session,
Yeah.
folks, don't you? We've got an over and 5 balls left, and Slater and James have nearly batted through the entire session.
Oh, that's a full toss from Borthwick, but Slater doesn't cash in. He just plays it gingerly up to mid-on. No run.
He wants a cup of tea, I think. That could have been Yahoo. Head up, eyes up, wallop.
Bowler in again. Defended around about off stump by Slater. Keeper comes round to collect it. End of this over, 1 to go, then 32 remaining in the day, which is normally around about 2 hours of cricket. Borthwick again bowls, played towards square leg by Slater for a single. And then importantly after that, 1 over after that, they can get the new ball. Who knows, Durham might run through them with a new ball. They might not as well. James is on 68 from 108 deliveries. He's facing Borthwick. He's forward to this one and defends.
I think what counts against Durham is the fact that Notts got into a similar sort of position last week and squandered it, and it was a little bit of that shall never happen again feel about it. 250 for 4, 300 all out.
Oh, it's gone through. It stayed low and gone through. Misses the off stump just. Went back into his crease there, James, into the over. 274 for 3. Was that another maiden from Borthwick? No, there's one running in the middle, isn't it?
He's bowled well, hasn't he? 5 overs and on for 7 to Scott Borthwick. The Badger. So last act of this session will be sent down by, is that Drissel coming back? So Gibson out of the attack, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 49. Drissel 50, is that 15 or 16 overs, no maidens, none for
16.
55. Lyndon James leans on his bat, 68 not out. Feet off the ground for Ben Slater at this end. Pettingham at slip, bowls, and Slater gets a block in. Can't go to tea on Nelson, can he? Still 111 not out is better than 111 out, so just see them out, Ben. Will be the feeling from Nottinghamshire supporters. Pushed into the offside, no run.
So is Nelson meant to be bad luck, is it?
Yes.
I think it was bad luck for Admiral Nelson to be in the middle of a sea battle the day he died. That was probably what happened.
Next ball did keep a whisker low, didn't it? But Slater played it away. So the session began with Nottinghamshire 155 for 3 in the 45th over. So they've added 119. And now there's another single there. Could push hard for 2. They will push hard for 2. So Slater, I can put my feet back down. Slater moves on to 113 to 76 for 3. So Nottinghamshire's lead is 46.
2 balls left till tea.
Or a maximum of 2 balls. If a wicket goes, they'll troop off. And remember, a wicket did go in the final over of the morning session. Slater plays this to Rain at backward point.
And yesterday as well.
Did, yeah. 10 to 4, so we're not far behind, are we, today at the moment? Last ball of the session. Drissel bowls, Slater leaves it alone, goes through to Eckersley. Well battered Ben Slater, well battered Lyndon James. Good session for Nottinghamshire. They've won that one beyond any shadow of doubt. 121 runs, no wickets, and this partnership will resume. That's nice. Ben Rain has just congratulated Ben Slater, shook his hands. He was obviously on the in fact, I beg your pardon, it wasn't. He shook hands with the wicket-keeper, Ned Eckersley. They were both in the same vicinity, went across and shook hands. So in a word with Ned Eckersley. 276 for 3 at tea. We'll do it all again in around about 20 minutes' time. I hope you'll join us then.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
It's tea on day 2 here, and Notts are ahead by 46 at 276 for 3. Durham didn't take a wicket between lunch and tea, and on a fairly flat track, the bowling looks rather toothless at the moment. They will be able to take the new ball in an over's time though, and that's just as well because they need to break a partnership which has developed. It's worth 121 runs for Ben Slater, who's notched the 10th first-class century of his career. He's on 113. And at the other end, Lyndon James has 68. They've been together for 208 balls, but the last wicket to go was actually the delivery before lunch, and that seems a long time ago now. 32 overs left in the day. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. Right, here we go then. Final session of day 2 of this match. 1 over to go for Durham before they can take the new ball. And Notts in a comfortable position. They are ahead by 46 at 276 for 3. This partnership is worth 121 from 208 balls, with Slater having faced 222 for a patient 113. And at the other end, James has faced 111 for 68. Durham need wickets, and Notts are looking to just continue coasting away into the distance.
Buonasera, everybody. Good evening. Bonsoir. Welcome to your revision. Welcome to Chesterley Street.
Ball. Well, first ball is played to backward point. Dot ball.
Are we on? Are we connected to the outer world? Martin just checking the technicals. 276 for 3 is Borthwick.
Gone off towards backward square leg. About to set a different kit now for updates for tees at 4:30 and 5:30. Wayne Madsen run out for 94 for Derbyshire at Leicester this afternoon as James goes way back into his crease to play that one. It pitches and runs onto him from Borthwick.
Missed a lot of last season, didn't he, Madsen? But fine player. Got 100 in the last match, I think.
Borthwick in again, bowls. And a cut shot, which I don't think was what he was trying to play initially there. I think he was looking to try and drive, but it ended up bouncing to point instead. 4 dot balls from Scott Borthwick so far. He's been very tight, none for 7 in 5.4 overs, 1 maiden. Here he comes again. The ball played up to mid-off, no run there. There's 1 ball left now, sorry. He's now checking with the umpire. Is that 5 or 6? Which is what we had just before tea. James on strikers. Borthwick comes in, right arm over and bowls. And the ball is cut into the ground and out into the covers. It's a dot ball. Now then, the new ball is available. Is it going to be taken? The umpire asks for the ball back. And the old ball is thrown off the field. It's not brought Durham much luck. The new ball is taken.
Durham's over 8 is +1 now, so Borthwick did a good job with the ball in the last half an hour of the afternoon session. And that he didn't go for many runs, but he also turned that over 8 from deficit into a positive. So Ben Slater to face his first delivery post-tee. Marched out to bat at about 5:20 last night as Nottinghamshire began their reply to Durham's 230. At stumps he was 23 not out, at lunch 60 not out, and at tee 113 not out.
Can Chris Rushworth just find that little bit of spark and a little bit of edge that he's been lacking so far in this game with the new ball? Still needs that wicket to get to 550 in the championship. He comes now to bowl to Slater. Right arm round from the Lumley end, and Slater plays the ball out into the covers. Goes a lot quicker than the previous one appeared to. No run though.
Just had a little look at Nottinghamshire's record partnership for the 4th wicket against Durham, expecting it to be 300 or something, but it's not. It's 192. James Taylor and S.R. Patel at Trent Bridge in 2014. If you're still listening, Samet, you've got a record there that's potentially under threat, although still 70 runs away. This pair have added 121.
I wonder whatever happened to that Patel lad, eh?
Playing against his brother tomorrow.
Rushworth round the wicket to Slater. Playing a miss there through to the keeper. He's playing against his brother. His brother any good?
Killer, yeah. Yeah. Played a bit with Notts, a bit with Derbyshire. Scored 1 million runs in club cricket over the years. Got some very light wispy clouds, which in a way gives the sky some definition, doesn't it? When it's clear blue and you can't see a sky, it's always a wonder how high is it or whatever, but with the clouds there you've got that definition.
Rushworth in, Slater drives through the covers for 4. It was a half volley outside off stump and he's dispatched it to the pavilion boundary. The cloud, it's sort of little dappled cloud. It looks a bit like the sand when the tide's gone out, doesn't it? You know, and it leaves that ripple effect.
Very nice description, Mr. Emerson. Very nice shot, Mr. Slater.
.280 for 3. Rushworth in to Slater. Slater forward to that one. Plays it up towards mid-on. No run.
Very early in the piece, but no demons yet with this second new ball. Sometimes takes 7 or 8 overs to start doing things, but it's just the feeling that Might just allow the batsman an opportunity to punch the harder ball away.
2 balls left of the over. A leave from Slater outside the off stump. Keeper takes it.
Quite a strong breeze out there. You look at the players' whites, almost billowing in the breeze. The flags above the pavilion nearly blowing off the stanchions. Off the flagpoles, indeed.
The last ball of the over. Playing a miss from Slater through to the keeper. End of the over.
Not sure he played at that well inside the line. No
Looked like he was
demons in
having a
that
little
over.
stab at it to me.
Just the 4 from it, taking Slater to 117, not 280 for 3. Still sufficient time to get maximum batting points. There are 29 overs left for them to get 120. Might need a little bit of a hurry up on, but if they have a good session here, they might be well poised tomorrow morning. Might even get there before the close tonight, but we'll have to see. Should be Matty Potts from this end, and very much looks as if it is. Yeah, he's handed over his cap, and will be Matty Potts. Smears of green on his flannels where he's been diving to try and prevent runs, but he's had a decent day, more specifically a decent morning with the ball, picking up those 3 wickets. Not seen much of him during the afternoon. Lyndon James is on strike on 68. Magnificent knock once again. Bowls nice and full. Hit him on the pad, but suspicion was it was angling down the leg side. Let's have a look at the umpire here. Is he going to touch his knee? He isn't. I'm not entirely sure whether there's been an extra in this partnership, Martin. There certainly hadn't when they brought up the 100 partnership, had there? Because they put the individual split up and it added up to 100. 48 for one and 52 for the other, or whatever it was.
It's worth 125 now.
Yep. 281 for 3. So James on to 69. And we swap back over for the left-hander. There's Potts. Slater on 117. Cuts this away into the offside. There's protection out there, but going to take a little bit of... well, it's nicely done. They only get a single. Fielder on the Castle side boundary. That is Drissel. Came into the game yesterday as the concussion substitute for Liam Travaskis, who was struck twice on the helmet. Sharp rising deliveries from James Pattinson. One clipped the side of his helmet and one hit him full on, and it ballooned all the way back on the full for a catch to Pattinson. Next ball driven into the onside for another single by Lyndon James. He'll go to 70, 283 for 3. Notts lead by, do the maths, 53. In fact, I don't have to do the maths because it does say lead 53, bottom right of the digital board, away to our left, the big screen there, which by and large has behaved impeccably throughout this game.
It's a new TV screen.
It's
only installed a few weeks ago.
The old one, it sort of had a panel in the middle that didn't always play ball. Slater's on strike, leaves this to pass through into the gloves of Eckersley.
Didn't like the rain, did it? Every time it rained, it used to get a bit upset.
283 for 3. Seems as if one or two have either headed off for home or they've vacated the spots in front of the pavilion, which is in shade, and perhaps found somewhere that's a little bit warmer, because there's not too many in front of the pavilion now as Potts in. Again, Slater leaves it alone.
Stuart Dick says he's listening from a cloudy Anfi in Gran Canaria. The pitch seems as placid as last week after the opening day. Certainly does. He's out there covering a triathlon this week, I think.
Better to cover a triathlon than do it, I would imagine.
21 degrees it was there today, this morning. 20 is plenty, of course. It was very blowy when we got off the ship a few weeks ago in Gran Canaria.
Needs to
quite
be
chilly.
A little warmer week after next. Potts bowls. Slater, another push into the offside. And that's the end of that over. And Notts quite sensibly easing themselves into this session. If they are going to come unstuck here, it would be against the second new ball, with the potential for 1 or 2 wickets to fall to it if they can stick around for half an hour, this pair, and then kick on again. The visitors could be in a very strong position by stumps at the halfway stage of this match.
Rushworth ball in hand to start his 19th over, none for 54 maidens. This is his second with the new ball. Coming in from the Lumley end to bowl to James. James forward, defends.
Not done a lot wrong in this innings, has he? Lyndon James. Can't think of too many glimmers of opportunities. There was 1 or 2 inside edges that flew past the stumps early on just to get his innings going, but since then he's been absolutely rock solid.
Up to the stumps, Rushworth bowls. James forward, plays it to short mid-wicket, no run. Got rugby action on Radio Newcastle later this evening. Newcastle Falcons and London Irish at Kingston Park Stadium.
Your friends I bumped into at the start of the day, just coming into the ground, said they've got a full sporting day. Is it Stuart and Tina who said hello and said how much they were looking forward to the day, and we're then going on to watch the rugby.
Rushworth bowls, defended, runs back to him.
So who's that against?
Did I say London Irish?
I can't
remember what I've just read.
I wasn't listening.
I wasn't listening to myself. Gallagher Premiership, Newcastle Falcons, London Irish, Kingston Park.
Don't think I can make it. What a shame. 22 minutes past 4.
It's basketball as well. Newcastle Eagles are playing. Rushworth in. Played off towards the covers this time by Lyndon James. What we don't want here is this match to end in a draw late on Sunday night. I'm meant to be going to see a band on Sunday night in Newcastle.
One that anybody might have heard of, bar the musicians' families.
Yes, but
Oh.
you won't have done.
No, that's probably true.
Rushworth balls left alone. Lisa Tarbuck doesn't play them.
Can't be a bit of Lisa on a
Saturday
evening.
afternoon. It is a band called Metronomy, who are from Totnes, and they first had a good run of things around about 13 years ago or so.
I played cricket in Totnes, if that counts. Nice part of the world, lovely part of the world, in fact.
We did the steam train from Dartmouth up to Paynton, do you get?
Yeah.
And then the open top bus across to Totnes, and then the boat back down the river. It was lovely. Defended this time by James, end of the over. It's a maiden from Rushworth. So far, this new ball doesn't look like it's going to yield a wicket anytime soon, but just needs that one little edge, something to happen in Durham's favour. They know that. But the batsmen are on top at the moment. Very much so.
No devilment. Rushworth through 19 overs. That was a maiden. That was his 5th maiden. None for 50.
Josh Butler another 100 in the IPL. And Josh Bohannon's got a century for Lancashire today, his 4th in first-class cricket.
There's Potts to bowl to Slater. Leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper. Just, I don't know, IPL, I just can't.
I don't watch it, but
Just can't.
that's his third in 7 in the IPL campaign so far, and 4 in his last 8 matches. Wow.
283 for 3, Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater, left-hander on strike, 30 years of age now, runs this out onto the offside, gently in control of the shot. Moves on to 119, 284 for 3. That's lead by 54. Lead this particular match now by 5 bonus points to Durham's 2. Certainly missed out with the bat yesterday, Durham, just getting the 1 point. Potts bowls, and James, knowing exactly where his off stump was, leaves it alone to go through harmlessly to the keeper, who somehow sees it burst through the gloves, and they take a bye. So there is an extra there. I don't know if that is the first of this particular stand, but there's not been many, certainly. And Ned Eckersley will maybe just be scuffing a bit of ground there. Might just take an awkward bounce. I didn't really follow it once the batsman did shouldered arms. I was as surprised as anybody that it went through him and he took the bye.
Bounced off his gloves. Bounced out of his gloves.
Next one is a dot ball pushed into the offside.
That is Butler's 3rd century in a row in that tournament, apparently.
285 for 3. Ignorance on my part. I could have 6 guesses and I couldn't tell you who he plays for. 285 for 3.
Yeah.
Next ball is left alone and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Slater 119. Career best, bizarrely for Ben Slater, is 172, and it was made, let's get this right, for Leicestershire against Lancashire.
On loan.
What was the ground, Martin? You can have 3 guesses. The ground.
Was it a neutral venue in the 2020 COVID year?
For 3. Next ball is pushed into the offside. There's no run, so you're on full marks at the moment.
Would it played at Lancashire? You go Blackpool or somewhere?
Nope. 2 guesses left.
Derby.
Nope.
Leeds.
No. Worcester. New Road, Worcester. Right. So he got a century, and his career best score, bizarrely, is for Leicestershire against Lancashire at Worcestershire. So he'd.
Well, that was the year of the COVID outbreak, and it looked like Leicestershire weren't going to be able to play any home games at all because they were already in special measures.
Yeah.
And then the final group game, or their final game that should have been at home against Durham, suddenly was, because initially it was meant to be here and then it was moved down there, and it rained a lot. Rushworth starving you over, comes in and bowls to James. It's played up to mid-on, no run there. Had some incredible thunderstorms that match. There was only about 20 overs on day 2 and 10 on day 3. Both sides forfeited in innings, and it ended in a draw.
Well, Slater's loan period consisted of just 2 matches. That career best 172. In the next match, he got a pair. Notts recalled him, and then he got 100 again against Lancashire. So they were sick of the sight of him. Next ball is pushed back to Rushworth. No run. Time to go and do another update.
Just looking for my system here to get it up and running. This is where I wear 2 sets of headphones now. So tune in to Radio Tees on the iPad using a platform called Lucy Live. So and continue commentating on the BBC website and also do a live report into Tees. 2 dot balls so far in this over as Rushworth bowls. James plays this out of the covers. That's another dot ball. Rushworth comes in and bowls. James forward once more, dot ball. Comfortable for the batsman at the minute. pitch is not doing anything. The new ball's not offering much for the bowlers at the moment. Normally it's about 13, 14, 15 overs when the ball can start to move around, swing a bit. 2 balls left of the over. Here's the first of them from Rushworth to James. It's played back to him along the ground. $285 for 3. Lead 55. Last ball of the over coming up. Rushworth back to his mark at the Lumley end. 2 slips in place. Bowling to James on 70. James defends once again. Very patient batting this from these two. James is now first 131 deliveries for his 70, and that's a 6th maiden there from Rushworth in his 20 overs, non-450. $285 for 3. Slater on strike and 119 from 237. This partnership now worth 130 from 243 balls. Potts bowls to Slater. Slater plays the ball out into the covers. No run. Drop a man now. Keegan Peterson out to deep mid-wicket. Potts comes in again and bowls, and that's away down towards third man for 4. There's nobody down there. Nice little cut from Slater. $59 the lead now, and he moves on to 123. Positive, I suppose, from a Durham point of view, is that although Notts are only 3 down, they're not running away with this. The lead's only 59. Now, at the end of the day's play, if they're still only 3 down, that then becomes a worry for Durham. It's Potts bowls again, defended by Slater out into the cover area. No run there. Davy Fenwick says it's a beautiful evening for Brace to be gracing the Riviera, although a tad blowy. Come away from the seafront, the temperature's 10 degrees warmer. Potts in again and bowls. It's a short one, and Slater leaves it. It's gone through to the keeper. And did Samet enjoy his journey to Durham last night? Well, they went for some scram, but then he was surprised how quiet it was. I think a lot of the students must be home for Easter. 2 balls left of this over. 289 for 3. Potts comes in and bowls. Pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Keegan Peterson's there. It's gone way above him for 6. It's landed in the covers just beyond the boundary in front of the pavilion. Is that the first 6 of the match? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, Potts banging in a short one. It just sat in the pitch nicely, didn't it? Even though it's the new ball, it just sat up lovely. And Slater saw it early and took on Keegan Peterson, the diminutive 5'6", I think, years and a half, out deep square leg, and got it over him. Last ball of this over. The 86th. Another short one from Potts. That's through to the keeper. So Slater on 129. And James down strike on 70. I'm going to turn my mic off because I've got to do this update for tees now. So.
So Notts 5 runs away from third batting bonus point, 295 for 3. Slater's been at the crease now just looking 5.5 hours and decides to take on the short ball and helped it away into the stand square of the wicket on the leg side. 129, 70 to Lyndon James. 140 they've put on together. For this, the 4th wicket. Came together on the stroke of 1 o'clock when Joe Clark was dismissed. Beat out for 33. Seems a long time ago since he fell, and then just before lunch, 2 in quick succession. Ben Duckett for 54, Joe Clark for that single. Here's Rushworth bowls and hit back past him for 4 by Lyndon James. That's a high quality cricket shot straight down the ground. And James on to 74. Chris Rushworth just striving to pitch it up there, hoping for a little bit of swing, couple of slips there for the one that nips away and catches the edge. Maybe get one to come back through the gate, but Lyndon James, big tall man, got the stride in, drove it elegantly just to the onside of straight for 4. So Notts 299 for 3, 1 away from that 3rd batting point as Rushworth comes in again. This time it's just eased up to mid-off and there's no run. Been all Nottinghamshire today. Elsewhere in Division 2, Glamorgan in their 2nd innings of 44 for 2. Still trail Middlesex by 170. East Midlands rivalry at Grace Road. Leicestershire 213. Derbyshire 318 for 3. Shan Masood, 178 not out. Next ball on its way. Wayne Madsen there was out for 94. Ball eventually returned to Rushworth. Took a little bit of time. Bowls and James pushes this into the offside. 299 for 3. The other Division 2 game, Worcestershire made 491 in their first innings. We had a big century from Brett D'Oliveira, 169 not out for him. In reply, Sussex lost both openers now. They lost Ali Orr for 0, Tom Haynes for 26. They're 86 for 2. Rushworth bowls and Lyndon James again eases into the offside, no run. So yeah, the Division 1 scores in the second when they come up. Hampshire going along nicely. Canterbury 230 for 3. James Vince, when is he not ever in the runs? He's 83 not out there in that one. Lancashire 219 for 2, replying to Gloucestershire's 252, century for Josh Bohannon. James again pushing to Jones at point, no run. We're between innings at Wantage Road. Yorkshire 296, Northants 204. Surrey 128 for 3, replying to Somerset's 337. And Warwickshire 8. That's a decent lead over Essex for 168 yesterday. All the scorecards and indeed access to all the commentaries on the BBC Sport website. Rushworth bowls, James again drives, nice bit of fielding there by Dixon, no run.
Rushworth halfway through that over just decided to try and change things a bit, just to try and put a little bit of pressure on the batsman, so he brought Bedingham in close and then moved Dixon into the short extra cover. But if you are of a Notts persuasion, there doesn't appear to be any peril out there as far as the batsmen are concerned. And now Chris Rushworth 21 overs, none for 54. Got to keep grafting away here, Durham. But effectively, you've now had 5 sessions of play on this ground with Durham bowling, and they've taken 5 wickets. Just 2 on the final day against Leicestershire. This is driven down towards the point boundary for 1. And 3 today. There's 300 runs and a 3rd batting point. 87.1 overs. Potts to James on 74. He bowls. James defends. Ball bounces away up towards mid-off.
Sorry, this is my end, isn't it? Because you're looking after Chris Rushworth and his pursuit of a milestone wicket. Yeah, Matty Potts with all 3 wickets to fall. Saying it does seem a absolute age ago that he dismissed a Seabermead. First wicket of the morning. This lively action still running in with plenty of zip and zest and enthusiasm, and Lyndon James get another run here. He's 75th. There's an aeroplane going over, and that's far too high, even with the binoculars, to see what that is. We've just got a vapour trail, but that's a speck in the sky.
I'm going to go for... Am I on mic there, am I? Yeah.
Those clouds of...
Oh, that's right, I've turned my headphones on. I'm going to go for Frankfurt to Chicago, and I haven't looked this up yet.
Those clouds have disappeared, haven't they? We had some wispy clouds before tea, but clear blue sky again, broken only by that vapour trail. 301 for 3. Slater ducks underneath this one, and it goes through to the keeper. 130 for Ben Slater.
Ooh. Well, America's right, but the start location's wrong. It's going from Istanbul to Washington, D.C., Dulles Airport. At 34,000 feet, and will be seen across the whole of the north because there's not a cloud in the sky. The sun's shining on it.
You won't be able to see it. It's too high for anybody to see. One is... Oh, I thought he'd nicked that. He fiddled. He had a bit of a fiddle outside the off stump there, Ben Slater. That one nestles in the gloves of the keeper. Just about to bid him farewell there. Thought there was a little bit of contact, deceiving the angle we're at. We've put 146 on together for this partnership. Next ball is edged. I don't think it carried to Borthwick. He was wringing his fingers. And well done, Skip. You saved 4 runs. End of the over. 301 for 3. Slater on 130. His highest score for Notts, by the way, is 142. He got that 172 we were talking about for Leicestershire on loan. One of very few cricketers, I think, at the time. We really could only find 1 or 2 others that had played for all 3 East Midlands clubs, strange as it may seem, in Leicestershire, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. A.J. Harris is one. Half a mind that Andy Carter did as well. Did he have an appearance for Leicestershire? Maybe, maybe not.
Didn't he go to Northants briefly?
Been everywhere, Andy Carter. You were talking about Imran to here earlier, and Marcus North. I think Carter's got the record for...
Rushworth in from the Lumley end, bowling to James. He drives at that one. It's stopped by Dixon at short extra cover.
Yeah, broke off because he was going to bowl. No, it was Northants, the one I was thinking about. Notts, Essex, Glamorgan, Hampshire, Northants and Worcestershire. Andy Carter, and he's the English, the most first-class count is 6 for an Englishman. The only Englishman. Clumsy way of putting it, Dave, but... yeah, Slater, one of only 2 or 3 that have played for Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire.
That aeroplane, which we can still see, is now right over Kielder Reservoir in Northumberland, virtually flying over Scotland now. Now from here to there by car, that's an hour and a half's drive easy. Rushworth coming in to bowl to James. Defended. Benningham's fielding it silly mid-on. And we've got Dixon in at short. Extra cover.
It's almost on the cut strip, Bedingham, isn't it? Very, very straight.
They're just trying to make something happen here, Durham. Northwest over there.
It's always always a good idea to have a plan. Doesn't matter what the plan is, as long as you've got a plan.
Here he comes again. James plays this one to mid-wicket to Keegan Peterson. The keeper's standing up to the stumps as well, keeping in his crease. That plane's now over Scotland. There you are. International aviation as we speak.
That plane that we can see, or we can see the vapour trail of to our left, is over Scotland now.
Yeah.
Crikey.
It's near Hoyk, between Newcastleton and Hoyk.
Crikey, crikey. 301 for 3 knots. There comes Rushworth.
He bowls to James, and there's an appeal from everybody except the bowler, importantly.
Quarter to 5, 22 overs remain in the day.
2 balls left of this one as Rushworth bowls. Ball played by James off the back foot out into short extra cover to Dixon once again.
.22 overs, if they can go along at 3 and over, another 60 odd, so they'll be leading by 130 by stumps. Something of that order.
Rushworth to James. James defends, and that is the end of the over. 89 gone. 22 to go today. And another maiden from Rushworth. 301 at 4-3 the score.
Yeah, the problem again will come for Scott Borthwick when he and or Chris Rushworth decide it's time for a change, and they need to switch to the backup bowlers. Ben Rain coming on already. He's going to replace Matty Potts, but both Gibson and Drissel just allowed too many scoring opportunities. Not been able to tie the batsman down for any length of time. Neither of them have bowled a maiden yet. Rain will go round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. 15 overs, none for 37 to Ben Rain. Once again, an incredible amount of time taken. 2 slips, but more first and third rather than first and second. And here is Rain round the wicket to Ben Slater, who drives up to Gibson at mid-off, and there's no run. 301 for 3, so for maximum batting points, Notts would need 99 in 22 overs, so they would just need a slight increase over the remainder of the day. In fact, we're almost going to be bang on it, aren't we, at stumps, if Notts bat until stumps. Should just about be the 110th over, pushed back to Rain, who partially stops it. Impressive looking floodlights here, characteristic. You
70 metres high.
See them as you're approaching the ground, obviously from all areas. I don't think I've ever seen them on. I don't think I've ever been here for a time when they've been on. Even the evening games, they tend to be done and dusted, aren't they, before the floodlights are on? I would imagine I have seen them. I just don't remember them. This is pushed up to mid-off and fielded by Gibson again.
From the top of my head
to the tip of my toes.
I think they turned them on in the 2017 season, but after Notts had played here in the opening round of the championship. So they weren't allowed to use them at all in the championship that year, but they did use them for the T20.
Yeah, I will have seen them for the T20s and whatever. 301 for 3. Rain 44 on his back. Bowls. Ooh. It's a surprise Slater missed it. Another surprise that Eckersley didn't take it cleanly. It seemed to be fairly adjacent to the off stump there, but didn't clip it. Might just be starting to get a little weary, Ben Slater, as he approaches 6 hours at the crease. Marathon effort, and one that his teammates will hugely appreciate and enjoy. They'll enjoy it with him. This one is pushed into the offside. They'll settle for a single. I think had that been a one-day run chase, they might have pushed hard for 2, but they'll settle for a single. Drissel doing the field as he comes in off the fence. 302 for 3. Slater 131. Lyndon James 75. No real reason why Lyndon James shouldn't go on from here, and again Bracegirdle will put in foot in mouth, but does look very comfortable at the crease. Wish the young man well, as we do all the young players making their way in the game when they get into a situation where they can do something potentially momentous that they'll remember in their career for a long time. End of the over. Rain fielding off his own bowling once again, and we have a look. Is the weary Rushworth going to continue? He's had 5 overs with the second new ball. Yeah, he's going to carry on a little bit longer, trying to get this breakthrough.
Durham got permission to install the floodlights in April 2015. It was part of the bigger plan to try and host World Cup cricket here, which they did in 2019. I presume they must have been installed that year then. I think they were first used against Lancashire.
Another boundary patrol for Dane Patterson, wandering around the edge here with the physio, Kubansel. 302 for 3 as Rushworth comes in.
Around the wicket and bowls, and playing across the line there is Slater. Nothing from the bowler in regards to an appeal. There were a number of shouts from the slip cordon.
Yeah, he doesn't waste time on frivolous appeals. No. Chris Rushworth does it.
The Earl of Scarborough objected to the installation of the floodlights. I think the Earl of Scarborough owned Lumley Castle at the time.
Boo.
Rushworth round the wicket from the Lumley end to Slater. Slater fends that off towards mid-wicket for 1. Another plane heading over there. Yeah, busy time of day now for the transatlantic flights.
James Vince has reached his century for Hampshire down at Canterbury. Daniel Bell Drummond with a 3-figure score for the home side yesterday. James Vince replying in kind.
That was it. Durham first switched the floodlights on in the T20 in 2015 against Yorkshire. So 7 years have been in there now. Rushworth in bowls. Ball pops off the pad of James as he leans forward to try and play it. No run. It's a long way up there to change a bulb though, isn't it?
It is.
And the
do they lower? Are they?
No, they don't. No. So they've got to get up there with a big
some grounds like Lord's
access platform. Yeah.
Lord's comes down, and
ones at Kent come down as well, I think, don't they? 303 for 3. Rushworth in. I think inside edge under the pad there from James. Yeah, inside edge under the thigh pad. Inner thigh pad. .303 for 3 here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Nottingham. There'll be an update in the news in about 10 minutes. 90.4 overs have gone. 10.4 with a new ball. Rush within, and James turns this to backward square leg. Quickly runs a single, and then is told to wait where he is by Slater. His highest score, James, is 91, and that was against Lancashire in last year. His previous best, 79 not out against Durham last year on the final day in Nottingham, where Durham bowled all day and only took about 5 wickets, I think it was. That was another flat track, wasn't it? Just deadened as the game went on. Slater is on 132 as Rushworth comes round the wicket, and it's a sort of late guided glance down towards backward point there. No run, end of the over.
Friend and colleague Kevin Hand reports that Shaheen Shah Afridi has dismissed Marnus Labuschagne LBW for the second time in the game in that match down at Cardiff. Glamorgan against Middlesex. Middlesex very much on top. Looks likely it'll go into a third day, but it would seem as if Middlesex are going to win that one. Drew their first match. Didn't play in the second round, bizarrely enough, and could now be on the brink of defeating Glamorgan, Nottinghamshire's conquerors of last week. There's Drissel coming back, 17 overs under his belt, no wickets yet, no maidens yet. Lyndon James, 76 not out on strike. So certainly with regards to pace, that's already been removed with this second new ball from this end. Rushworth's had 6 overs from the far end, the Lumley end. Crikey, when the music stops, can you stand still? Fielders going hither and thither. It's like rush hour in Rome. People going everywhere. Here's Drissel. Bowling to James.
We've seen rush hour in Rome.
I have. He's
people go nowhere. They're all jammed in traffic jams.
Ball went through to the keeper, who whipped off a bail for good luck. James had firmly anchored his back foot. 304 for 3. Here's Drissel again. 5 dots away from a maiden. Doesn't get it. It's worked on the leg side for a single. 305 for 3, and that's the 150 partnership between Lyndon James, who scored 77 of them, and Ben Slater, 72 of them. So there is just that one bye that we had 10 or 15 minutes or so ago that's contributed to that 150 stand. Ominously, Ben Slater's just taken a fresh guard, and unless Lyndon James has trampled his other one down. Sometimes happens, doesn't it, with a right-hander and a left-hander. Slater 1-3-2. Again, look, fielders going here and there. Borthwick yells, "Come on, lads," claps his hands. Drissel bowls to Slater, tosses it up. Work to mid-wicket to Peterson, no run. The diminutive Peterson doing the fielding. 305 for 3. Drissel bowls. This is pushed into the offside this time. No run. Captain making the stop. Close to 5 o'clock. Time to go and do another update for radio listeners in Nottinghamshire. I'll be pleased to hear that this partnership continues as this is eased into the offside. I'll leave you with Martin Knotts, 305 for 3.
Well, these two look like they could bat all day. They have batted quite a lot of the day so far, as Slater goes down on one knee to drag a ball from outside off stump across towards mid-on. That's the end of the over. So there's 19 overs left to go today. As things are, there's every reason to believe that Notts could still only be 3 down at the end of the day's play, because I just can't see where a wicket's coming from here. They're switching Rain around, see if he can try and break this deadlock. Another dry day tomorrow, and blue skies. Oh, it might get up to a whole 14 degrees, which is one more than today, and today was one more than yesterday. .305 for 3. James is on 77 from 151 balls. Rain comes in and bowls, and it's a popper. It bounces into the keeper's gloves. I've written very little in my notepad today. About 1.5 pages of a A5 notepad. And most of that's been milestone moments. Score at lunch, the score at tea. Rain bowls. James forward to that one, no run. Rain bowls. Oh, tries to York James, who digs it out. Leg stump. There's been a lot of dust coming up there. They're going to run 2. The ball runs off down a fine leg. Now then, yeah, it's off the bat, not leg byes. These are the days that players hate in the field all day. Nothing going on for them, but if you're batting out there in these benign conditions, there's runs to be made. James now has 79, and they have all the time in the world as well, by the looks of things. 4th ball of this over from Rain. James chops down on the ball, and it bounces down towards the gully area. No run. .307 for 3. The lead is 77. Rain comes in and bowls. This has gone behind point, being chased by Jones down towards 3rd man. 1 run for James. He moves on to 80. That brings Slater on strike on 132. Rain round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. Slater with a drive down on one knee out to the point boundary. There's a fielder out there. Is that Graham Clark on as a 12th man by the looks of things? Might be Chris Rushworth's off the field. Waiting for the next over to begin. Rushworth comes back onto the field. Well, there's 18 overs to go here this evening, which is just over an hour's worth of play, and it could well be that at the end of it, these two are still batting, because Ben Slater's on 133, and at the other end, Lyndon James on 80. Their partnership now is worth 154 runs from 291 balls. They came together at lunchtime. The last wicket from a Durham point of view was in this morning's session. They are currently then Notts 309-4-3, and at the moment they lead by 79. It's a lifeless track. It's offering nothing to the bowlers, even with the new ball. So it looks like Notts will push on this evening and develop a really big lead in this one. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. In comes Drizzell round the wicket. Pushed away by Slater for one. Just saying in the news, it's record store day. Sam Fender, he won a Brit Award, didn't you, from North Shields, and Sunderland's Field Music have released new songs for Record Store Day on vinyl. The Brewis brothers behind Field Music live not too far from me. In comes bowler again, Drizzell. That's flicked away towards deep square leg for one. I bumped into Peter Brewis on the seafront a few weeks ago and had a good natter. Regulars on Mark Riley's show on Six Music, and staging a benefit concert for the Ukraine appeal at Sunderland Minster, I think, next weekend. 311-4-3. Drizzell to Slater. Slater forward to this one and plays the ball out into the covers. 1 run. Signalling for some fresh gloves, I think, or a drink. He wants a drink. He'll see it well tonight. The boys face 253 balls now, I think.
6 hours at the crease for Slater, 3 hours at the crease for Lyndon James.
Drizzell comes in. Right on. Oh, he's given up.
False start.
Yeah. Something put him off just as he was going past the umpire, and he stopped. Graham Lloyd signalling dead ball to the scorers behind, to our left, behind him. Comes in and bowls again, and a drive out towards the point boundary for 1 for James. Can you see a wicket here, Dave? I just can't see where one's coming from, can you? Going along so smoothly, these two. I mean, it's
sorry for not replying.
No, but there's every reason to think these two could still well be there at the end of the day's play, the way things are.
It's likely to come from a mistake, you would imagine.
Yeah.
Perhaps the pressure of the 90s. If Lyndon gets there, he's on 82.
Drizzell to Slater. Goes off towards the covers. Jones collects 1 run.
Perhaps weariness for Slater. As I say, he's been there over 6 hours now.
17 overs to go, so if the spinners are on, actually, that might be just inside an hour now.
I think we're having a little drinks break here. Well, certainly the batters are.
Thirsty work. Lots and lots of singles in that over. There was 5.
Drizzell 19 overs again, no maiden. Sorry to keep banging on about it, but that's where it starts, isn't it? Just not leaking runs, tying the batsman down, bowling maidens, and I'm afraid that's where you...
Borthwick should bring himself back on then, shouldn't he? I mean, he bowled quite a few maidens, didn't he?
He did indeed.
Tied at one end up.
But neither Gibson or Drizzell has bowled a maiden, and far too often there's been at least 1 or 2 opportunities in each over to just rotate the strike. Right-hander and a left-hander, almost perfect partnership this for Nottinghamshire. Different heights as well. Lyndon James much taller, so you've got to bowl different lengths with regards to their height, and of course keep switching over, one's left-hander, one's right-hander. 3-1-4 for 3. The other little bit of pressure, of course, is for Nottinghamshire just to keep going on and on and on to make sure they do get maximum batting points. They can't afford really to just go in their shell and have a quiet 6 or 8 overs. Just need to keep taking 3s and 4s and 5s and over at least. This is Ben Rain from the Lumley end. First ball is just played out on the leg side by Slater. Not happy with that. He's gone and played the shot again a couple of times, but without the bat in his hand. Rain plugging away round the wicket. Umpire is Longley. Bowls and driven into the offside. There's a fielder out there. It's nicely timed and should be cut off, and is. 2 more to Ben Slater. So he's only one boundary away from tying his best Nottinghamshire score, which is 142.
80th over of the day, this one, Dave. So there were 50 on the board last night, so 316 for 3 now. 50 for none last night after 15 overs.
266 for 3 today then. In 80, so what? 3.5 and over, thereabouts. Slater on 138. Next ball is just pushed gently into the offside. The fairly diminutive Keegan Peterson doing the fielding.
Bernard says, I was thinking before lunch Notts could get close to 400 at the rate they were going then. Now they look like ending the day on 360 to 370. But he now believes the game has gone for Durham. I mean, it's still got something out of this Durham, but they're going to have to bat and bat and bat, a bit like what we're seeing now.
A lot of time left. Rain bowls. Slater eases it into the offside.
Their lead at the moment remains less than 100 at 86. And
yes, I did say 130 or so by stumps. Might still be that, but just gone a little quiet. Rain in to Slater. Blocks this one. Throws his head back in dismay. Didn't work out exactly as he planned. Matty Potts, the collector of the 3 wickets to fall today. The Seabermead LBW didn't get very far forward. A ball that may have got him on the boot or very low down on the pad. It was pitched right up there. And Ben Duckett played very nicely for his 54. Got to his half century from 67 balls. And a little bit of a surprise, one that maybe kept low. He was fairly close to him trying to cut it and chopped it on. Slater drives away and he's gone for 4. He was looking to drive that square or in front of square on the offside, and it's gone down to third man for 4, thickish outside edge. So Ben Slater matches his best score for Nottinghamshire of 142. Notts are 320 for 3. They lead by 90 overall, and this partnership is, help me Martin here, 45, 165, 165.
Yeah, 165 from 303 balls. Last 16, so in theory a final hour of play now.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because this stage of the game, you know, you wonder how many overs Liam Travaskis would have bowled and how successful he'd have been. Because Trissell about to bowl his 20th over in a game that he wasn't playing in until, what, mid-afternoon yesterday.
But equally,
was it? No, it was after tea, wasn't it?
Chris Rushworth's bowled 25 or something and hasn't taken a wicket either. So this is Drissell bowling to James. 1 run off towards the point boundary. Bowling figures, I mean the overs bowled and the lack of results. Chris Rushworth none for 56, 23 overs, 7 maidens there. Potts is the man to have got the wickets, 3 for 71 from 19 overs, 2 maidens. Drissell again bowls, defended. Rain, none for 68 from 18 overs, 3 maidens. Ollie Gibson, none for 49 from 10. Dressel at the moment, none for 64, he's in his 20th. Borthwick, none for 7 from 6, 2 maidens. Quick single here from Slater, playing the ball just back behind the bowler.
That is his highest Nottinghamshire score then, Ben Slater, well done. Takes him to 143.
Why haven't we seen more of Borthwick? None for 7, 6 overs.
That was just to get them up to the second new ball, wasn't it?
He may as well come back in and have another ball. James on 83. This is played off the square leg. Throw at the stumps from Dixon. And Ned Eckersley, the keeper, standing in front of the stumps and catches the ball and then flicks it behind him to take the bails off, but Slater was already well in. Who was his 1-2-4 against?
His previous 1-4-2. Oh, that's a very good question.
Being my play fair, won't it?
I'll have it, I'll find it before.
Single here for Slater, out into the covers. Who will get there first? Dressel to James. Back into the crease and defends.
It was against Lancashire
in 2020 in the COVID Euro. End of the over?
324 for 3. Yeah, so we got 172 against Lancashire whilst on loan for Worcestershire. Then he got a pair in his next match against his former county Derbyshire. Came back to Notts and scored 142 again against Lancashire. Quite a bizarre sequence of scores and innings over the start of that COVID summer. The Bob Willis Trophy being wedged in there. It's now on 144.
Of course, Shan Masood's gone on to get a double 100. Consecutive double hundreds for Derbyshire. Is everybody playing on feather beds this week and last week?
There's Rain. Bowling to Slater, who's up this down to third man for a single. I think I don't know if it's the only one, but certainly the fellow who was in here this morning, and I don't mean Luke Fletcher, has had consecutive double hundreds for Nottinghamshire in 2017 against Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Samit Patel. So he was in the form of his life. You can only imagine that Sham Masood is as well. Or you also wonder what sort of message he's sending out about county cricket. You know, we all talk about its strengths and all the rest of it. If you're a Pakistan cricket fan back home and see Sham Masood coming over here and churning out double hundreds in each of his first 2 matches. Rain bowls. This is played up to Beddingham, standing in that position very close to the cut strip. Is about 3/4 of the way of the actual pitch they're playing on, almost in the way of the non-striker Ben Slater. Lyndon James has 84. Ben Rain to bowl to him, and again happy to defend. He's got great powers of concentration and immense patience, Lyndon James. However many he gets today, you'll think back and you know, how many shots do we really truly remember as being absolute eye catchers, takes our breath away. He's just very efficient, isn't he? He works the ball, he puts the bad one away. No histrionics, no flamboyance, just good solid quality batsmanship, and again he pushes it into the offside. Do hope he gets these 16 runs, whatever happens in the rest of the game. I'd love him to get through. I know it's a milestone he wants to chalk off, and said earlier Patterson White and Everson, sort of his two chums, the three young buddies coming into the side and getting regular opportunities, have each gone on to reach three figures. 325 for three. Rain bowls to him. He's driven crisply to mid-off and happy to bide his time. No run. Charlie says, come home from work, delighted to see Super Slats is churning the runs out again. There's only one event still possible that would delight me even more right now, and I've got nothing more to say at the moment. Yes, I think I've just said it for you, Charlie. I'm afraid we don't want to jinx the lad, but Martin doesn't believe in all that guff. Next ball off the pad, cries of wait there, and there's no run. 325 for three. The lead is 95. Notts have got 7 wickets left. Struggle to think of a time when they've been in a stronger position, certainly against Durham, but generally a stronger position approaching the halfway stage of a 4-day match.
Chris Pinkney says, I've watched since yesterday morning and managed to miss every wicket this innings, so I've turned you off to watch the snooker. Fingers crossed that helps the bowlers. There we are, about time. Scott Borthwick's bringing himself back on.
Glamorgan are 4 down in their second innings, still a long way behind Middlesex. Potential, outside potential, admittedly, of it being done and dusted, I guess, today.
Got one slip in place here. Got a man on the cover boundary. Square legs on the boundary. Point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and leg gully.
This is interesting because they can't, you know, they were more than content just to block Borthwick before tea.
Slater with a stride forward just does block, and the ball rolls over to point.
I think they knew he was just on just to soak up the overs to get to both tea and the taking of the second new ball, and they could afford to wait and then push on again against that second new ball, but I don't think they'll want to let him have another cheap 6 overs here.
Comes in again now and bowls. This has gone off to Peterson at mid-wicket.
Our friend Samit Patel is back. Ben Slater is the most underrated opening batsman in county cricket, says Samit. It's funny how he's having all these insightful thoughts now. Now he's off the radio.
Borthwick forward to bowl, and it's dabbed back to him this time by Slater.
Been good fun. We enjoyed having him up here, haven't we? And Luke Fletcher popped in this morning to say hello as well, if you weren't with us.
Borthwick in again, bowls. This has gone past square leg for 1 run from Slater. He's approaching 150, he's now on 146 from 278 balls.
It's an interesting stat he came out with. I don't know if you heard it, because I asked him about him potentially being night watchman last night, and he said no, James Pattinson has taken on that role, but he said
20 innings.
20 times he's been padded up and he's never actually been night watchman.
Yeah. James plays the ball towards Keegan Peterson in the covers and goes for a single. He moves on to 85.
Cricketers by and large are fairly superstitious, so they'll keep making him do it until it does happen, and then sort of take it from there, won't they?
In comes the bowler again. Met on the bounce this time by Slater, and that is the end of the over. The ball rolls to the offside. 13 to go tonight in terms of overs here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham. Martha Emerson, Dave Bracegirdle watching a very, very comfortable day for Notts. Couldn't have gone much better for them, other than not losing any wickets at all, but to be 327 for 3, having lost a couple of quick ones just before lunch. The afternoon session has been perfect for them.
Very much so. Sooner or later you look at that top 6 or 7 for Notts, and you expect there to be 1 or 2 sizable partnerships in any innings. Here's Rain in again, bowling to the right-handed James once more. Bides his time, eases it into the offside, no run. It's on 85. Got close once before, out for 91. Heartbreak time last year. Taps his bat down a couple of times. Seen enough of Ben Rain today to give him all the respect in the world. Rain right on the money, and James pushes again into the gap. Just a pleasing push into the space, and they'll take two here. Takes him to 87, 329 for three. And that partnership, don't know why I go there. That partnership is 174. I'm looking for it on the board, and it's not on the board, so we do the Rachel Rileys. 174 they've put on for this fourth wicket. 192 is the record fourth wicket partnership for Notts against Durham. One S. Patel and one James Taylor back in 2014 at Trent Bridge. This is played to Beddingham at shortish mid-on position. No run.
Shan Masood becomes one of only two Pakistan batsmen to score a double hundred in consecutive innings in first-class cricket. The first was Arshad Pervez in the 77-78 season. History then.
329 for three. Next ball is played away on the leg side. No run. They give in all the patrons at the I know they're away at Grace Road for this game, but all the patrons at the county ground, something to enthuse over in some lean times of Derbyshire cricket over the last couple of decades. I think they feel under Mickey Arthur they're going in the right direction. Mark Mod Lang says this is then a Randall partnership, brackets 174. Derek Randall's arguably one of his greatest innings in the centenary test down under, the one where he doffed his cap at Dennis Lilly. 329 for three.
Used to have a poster of Derek Randall playing a leg glance on my bedroom wall when I was a teenager.
I had one of Debbie Harry in a
Yeah.
not sure what it was, how you'd describe it. Parallel Lines, has there been a greater album? This is played onto the offside, no run, although
Well, all those posters in the late 70s, my dad used to sell them on the Quayside Market in Newcastle, 10 pence a poster, so Debbie Harry, the Fonz, Starsky and Hutch.
Kate Bush as well, and her album was Kick Inside.
Good album.
329 for three. We're knocking on the door of 5:30. Got 12 overs to go, so Durham have done well today, got through their overs. Just not got through the Nottinghamshire top and middle order yet. 146 for Ben Slater, 87 for Lyndon James.
Borthwick from the Finkel end. Slater plays the ball back to him. Comes in again and bowls. This has gone off towards point, no run. Got two pairs of headphones on again now. Driven up to mid-on by Slater. 282 balls he's faced so far for his 146. Borthwick in, bowls. Forward comes Slater, big stride forward to deaden that one. 4 dot balls in this over so far. This is the 100th over. Played away off towards mid-wicket. 1 run for Slater. What was that partnership, Dave? About to do an update for Radio Nottingham. Comes in again and bowls and cut off toward. That's gone for 4. Nobody saw it. Played past point through the covers and nobody saw it. Ollie Gibson's now going to retrieve the ball. And at the end of the over, a boundary there. Takes James on to 91. Slater then will face the next delivery. He's on 147. Slater's highest scores 172. Leicestershire against Lancashire in 2020 went on loan. So he's now 147. Ben Rain is about to bowl to him. He wants third man finer. There's no fine leg, there's a long leg. And keeper's standing up, he's got a slip and a gully. Slater leaves it and it bounces out of the keeper's gloves. Partnership is now 179 off 333 balls. Rain comes in and bowls. Played away by Slater off towards mid-wicket for 1. James has equalled his highest score of 91, which was against Lancashire last year. His previous to that was 79, not out against Durham at the start of last season. In comes Rain, right arm round the wicket to James, who plays the ball out into the covers. No run there.
Just got my maths wrong there.
This is a 4th wicket stand, and it is currently at 180, so they need another 13 to beat the record.
Their aeroplane very high in the sky going over the ground.
It's probably over Kielder again by now. Yeah. It's a long way away. Rain in bowls, and this is played away by James. Bobbles away up towards mid-on. Dot ball.
Slater 148, James 91, then matching his career best. Slater is Nottinghamshire best. It's a team game, but some individual milestones just around the corner. Ben Rain in his 21st over, looking for his first wicket.
Balls. Where's the ball gone? Runs up towards mid-on. No run. Line of its journey was obstructed by the keeper, the slip, and the batsman.
Kev Tilston says, I'm watching snooker, so I want to see Potts bowling to Slate on 147. That's come and gone, Kev.
Yeah. Needs a bit of work.
Yeah, had to be there to appreciate it, but I know where you're coming from. Good effort, Kev. Not seen any snooker, obviously, since I've been up here. Watched it earlier in the week.
Rain in. This is fended away one-handed by James. That's the end of the 101st over. 10 to go tonight. I've got to do an update for T, so I'll just turn this mic off and Dave can pick up.
I'll look after the ship, Martin. Try not to let it run onto the rocks as we head into the final half an hour or so, well, maybe a little bit longer. 10 overs to go. 101 overs have been bowled in the innings, so there's only 9 overs left here. Nottinghamshire 335 for 3, so I don't think they're going to be able to get the maximum batting points. It's just tailed off a little bit, the run rate. 350 should certainly be there, but I don't think they're going to get to 400 in the 110 overs as Slater pushes this out as far as Drissel. Needs 2 then for the second 150 of his career and his first in Nottinghamshire colours. Matty Potts loosening up at mid-off. Might just be going to send a few down before the end. Borthwick for this next delivery throws his arms in the air. Clearly thought he was through the defensive prod of Slater, but he wasn't. Ben Slater earlier in the day pulling a 6 away. I think it was off Gibson, the only one we've seen so far in the match. Next ball tossed up there and he's driven this through the offside, and this is going to be the 150, I think. No, it's gone straight to Michael Jones, who quickly gets it in. That's really good fielding by Jones, who's been on the top of his fielding A game today. And it looked as it left the bat. If it wasn't going to be 4, it was certainly in the gap and they were going to get 2, but Jones was quickly there. 336 for 3. Lyndon James on 91 goes back and pushes it out as far as Keegan Peterson. Slater 149. Partnership of 181. Lyndon James will cut this into the offside, so now he is on a career best of 92. Just wants 2 looseners, 2 short and wides, and Lyndon James will fulfill, I guess, one of his early career ambitions. Borthwick going to go round the wicket now to Ben Slater, so he wants 1 for 150. 337 for 3, running between the umpire and the stumps, round the wicket. Slater just happy to block it, and that's the end of that. Scotty Borthwick over, 9 overs, none for 16 for Borthwick. Does mean that Lyndon James is on strike. We did see Matty Potts loosening up, and it looks, yeah, he's going to come back. We'll replace Ben Rain at the Lumley end. 9 overs remain. 8 overs left in which to accrue batting and bowling points. Durham need 3 wickets in those 8 overs. Nottinghamshire need 13 runs for a 4th batting point. 63 for a 5th is clearly out of the question, unless mayhem breaks out, and I don't think it's going to. So it will be Potts eventually. Getting a little bit of advice from mid-on and mid-off, and here he comes to bowl to Lyndon James on 92. James just chops it down with the open face to third man for a single. Moves to 93. Gets Slater back on strike. And he's on 149. This pair came together at 155 when Joe Clark was out. Final over of the morning. 183 runs later, and they're still together. Got to feel a bit, I guess, for Stephen Mullaney, the captain, who will have had his pads on since the closing moments of the luncheon interval. Had to have had them on just in case there was an early collapse after lunch. 338 for 3. Slater on 149, pots round the wicket, bowls way down the leg side, and it's a decent stop, if nothing else, by Eckersley. Threw himself a long way to his right, goalkeeper style, parried it away, and beyond that, an uneventful delivery. Four fielders on the leg side. Short mid-wicket, a regulation mid-wicket, a mid-off, and beg your pardon, a mid-on, and a long leg. Michael Jones down here, as he has been for much of the day. Another one fired down the leg side, this time taken cleanly by Eckersley. Good footwork and good glove work there by the Durham wicket-keeper. 3-3-8 for 3. Notts in a position of some strength, 108 in front. Began the day 50 without loss. Next ball strikes on the pad and then balloons up to be caught by Borthwick's slip, but I don't think anybody is particularly convinced that the umpire's finger is going to be raised. I don't think Ben Slater was in the slightest bit alarmed or worried there. Just a bit of an ask from the bowler, just in case it was bat and pad, but purely pad ballooned up into the hands of slip. So Slater remains still looking for this single to take him to 150. It's a better line of length from Potts, who'd speared the previous two down the leg side. This time he again finds a line 6 or 8 inches outside the off stump, and Slater pushes it away defensively. So 1 ball left in this over. Lyndon James took a single from the first.
183 overs Durham have now bowled here in the last week for 5 wickets.
3-3-8 for 3. Next ball, hit him on the pad. I think this is going to be a rare old leg bye. We've been in short supply today. It is. It means that Slater will keep strike on 149. 3-3-9 for 3. So what are you saying, Martin? Durham needs some better bowlers?
It's just lifeless, isn't it? I mean, there's, you know, it used to be ought to be a bowler in April in England, didn't it? You know, bowler's paradise, wasn't it?
The Durham bowlers always used to be able to get wickets. What's happened to them?
Totally relayed the square last year. Completely changed the nature of the ground.
Wickets were tumbling yesterday, all right?
Not in the morning, they weren't, were they?
Done and dusted just after tea. That's reasonable going.
I don't think that'll happen again in this game. I don't think it will. This is what happened last week against Leicestershire. As the game went on, the track flattened. Borthwick bowls, and that's driven out to covers no run. Same thing happened at Trent Bridge at the start of last season.
Get your money on the draw, Martin says. Handshake time, 5:30 Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. Borthwick once more bowls. Played out into the covers. I mean, I can't think of a chance in this partnership, can you?
No. One or two inside edges, you know, on another day it goes for the bowler, doesn't it? It clips the stumps.
Yeah. Borthwick round the wicket again, bowls.
Well battered.
That's the 150 in 298 balls, is it? 298 balls.
15 fours and a 6. I think they're very, very pleased in the Nottinghamshire dressing room. And so they should be, so should Ben, so I'm sure, in fact I know, Willie's family and close friends as well. Delighted for him. Lean time of it, first 2 matches of the season, but he's cashed in here, showing what a fine player he is. And as Samit Patel said only about 10 minutes or so ago, one of the most underrated openers in county cricket. Played a very nice innings here, and he's just about next ball is defended. I was going to say he's just about to hopefully see another milestone at the other end, but Fingers crossed for young Lyndon, who's on 93. Career best for him. This one pushed to backward point. Slight bobble, shall we, shan't we? But they make the sensible decision and don't go through for the single. It remains 340 for 3. So Notts lead by 110 as his figures are read out over the tannoy. So Notts lead by 110. There are 7 overs left in the day. There are only 6 overs left before the 110 overs is used up. Bonus point situation there I'm referring to. So Notts need these 10 runs. Durham need 3 wickets in 6 overs as Potts bowls and Slater defends.
Time do you reckon we'll finish then? Rattling through, aren't they?
Yeah, they've done very well today. A lot of overs though from Driscoll and now Borthwick latterly. Potts bowls and if that hit him on the pad, yeah, we'd gone, metaphorically speaking, hours and hours and hours without any extras and certainly without any leg buys, and then like London buses, consecutive overs bring a couple of leg buys. 341 for 3 brings Lyndon James back on strike. He's on 93. Where can he find 7 runs? It's a good shot if he finds it in one blow. There's Matty Potts into Lyndon James, and again he's just run it down to Jones at third man, so now he is within one big hit. Very much doubt we'll see Lyndon James clearing the ropes to go to a maiden first class century. He'd be more than happy to just eke it out in singles. 342 for 3. The realisation is that if he's there at stumps tonight, he's going to have 3 figures because there's 6 overs left. He's only 6 away. Slater drives through the offside. Enough oomph behind that one for 4. Found the gap nicely. A good looking shot. A little bit of width offered from Matty Potts, who also getting a little bit fatigued, like many of them out there. Batters and bowlers all put a shift in. 346 for 3. It equally applies to the batsmen and the bowlers and the fielders. Notts lead by 126. That 4th batting point is going to be the extent of their points. Can they get there soon? Now it's worked away. Jones, I think, will cut it off on this occasion. Close to the rope and drags it back 2 more to Slater. He goes to 156. Where are we with partnerships, Martin? Help me. 155.
191 now.
I think we're on 193. I think they've just broken.
193, 362 balls, 193. Yep.
So Samit Patel holds many records in the game of cricket, but one he's just lost, along with James Taylor, the Nottinghamshire record 4th wicket partnership against Durham, set at Trent Bridge in 2014 of 192. This pair have put 193 on, coming together at 140 when they marched out after lunch. 348 for 3. Notts need 2 for that 4th batting point. And there's Potts bowling to Ben Slater. Clips another one away. Fullish delivery from Potts. Worked away for a single. Decent over that for Notts. 9 coming from it. 349 for 3. Slater profiting, he's on 157 and will be on strike once again.
I'll just do an update for the internet, for the BBC feed. So what have they added so far? 194.
Here's Borthwick bowling to Slater, and that is the 350 up, maximum batting points for Nottingham. I beg your pardon, not maximum batting points, a fourth batting point. 150 comes up in the 106th over. Borthwick to Lyndon James. Looked like the Google came back on him and played it out onto the leg side, fielded by Dressel.
So that was only
next ball worked away by Lyndon James for his 95th run. Thought about a second. Slater yells no. Animation in the crowd. 351 for 3 Nottinghamshire. Slater 159. James 95. Oh my word, what a partnership this is. And it was kept very, very low. It might be slightly worrying for Durham's batsmen tomorrow. Of course, Nottinghamshire batsmen have, many of them have still got to have a turn at the crease, but that one did keep very low. 351 for 3. 2 balls left in this over. 5 overs after this one. Slater cuts it away into the deep, out to Michael Jones. One more, 352 for 3. Brings Lyndon James back on strike. The lead is 122. Nottinghamshire have got 7 wickets in hand. Ball to Lyndon James, pushed into the offside on the bounce, taken by Keegan Peterson. End of that Borthwick over. 11 overs, none for 20 for the Durham skipper. 5 overs remain here on day 2 at the Riverside. And I know from several messages, private messages and whatever I'm getting from Nottinghamshire supporters, many of them just sending their best wishes to a young man out there. Going to be, is it going to be Potts to continue from the Lumley end?
send an update for the BBC cricket feed. Records falling here. Sunny day, it's been sunny all day, hasn't it? So good conditions for batting as well. It does seem to change the nature of the situation here when the sun is shining. There's a conference going on here at the moment.
Seems to be a lot of them, doesn't there?
Yeah.
Still not quite ready, but when we do, Ben Slater will be on strike on 159 and Potts to bowl to him.
Here he comes round the wicket. It's a bouncer taken down the leg side by the keeper at full stretch as well. 5 overs to go. Just the 5, Dave, just the 5. 5 overs to go.
We've got through it just about.
Yeah.
Do it all again tomorrow morning. Very much look forward to your company.
Notts team bus coming in there.
Didn't see it.
Looks like the same company who Leicestershire were using last week. Brooks, I think it was.
Oh, well, it's not then.
No. In comes the bowler, and Slater plays this off towards deep mid wicket for 1 run. Was it Brooks? I'm trying to remember what name. It was a silver coach they had. Sharps, no, it's a different bus.
355 for 3. Is that 355?
353 for
353 for 3.
Leeds 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So 2 away from a double 100 partnership. Sure, they're not thinking about partnership records, but there will be a touch of gloves if they do put 200 on.
Potts in, that's in the air, and that is it then. Oh, sorry, my voice has gone. He's played that off the back foot through the covers. It should go for 4, and does.
Lovely shot from Lyndon James, takes him to 99. 202 is the partnership.
202, yeah, off 372 balls.
202 partnership. Ben Slater 100, Lyndon James 99. So now, in the time-honoured tradition, Durham will do their level best to stop the batsman who's on 99 from stealing a single. Fielder's been brought in. Ring on the offside, certainly. 4 of them there. They know he drives in that area. Here's Matty Potts. Lyndon James on 99. Push it into the offside, a yell of no. If you remember back to Slater's 100 and Lyndon James 50 earlier in the day, I think they came in almost consecutive overs. They were both scrambled singles. The ball was just played down and they skipped through, really just to support each other. A little bit harum-scarum, but on both occasions obviously they got home. Will Ben Slater be able to rotate the strike here and help his mate out as he drives into the offside? No run, straight to Sean Dixon, and there's 1 ball left in the over. 357 for 3. Wonder what he's thinking. Take your time, take your time. Man on the leg side fence, Martin's gone out, so it's got to be a short ball, hasn't it? It's got to be a short ball, because otherwise he can just drop it on the leg side. Here is Potts in to bowl. Oh, it wasn't. It was a double bluff. It was just outside off. Didn't get a bat on it. End of the over. Lyndon James is 99 not out. Ben Slater 160 not out. 357 for 3. 4 overs remain. And we're knocking on the door of 6 o'clock, with this pair having added over 200 runs since coming together at lunch.
Sean Dixon was on 99 at tea last week. Said he didn't particularly enjoy the interval, wondering whether he was going to get to his 3 figures.
It's funny how the mind works, isn't it? 'Cause it is just 1 run, but that's the importance of the.
It's a big run, though, isn't it?
It is. It brings up that one in the hundreds column.
Borthwick in, bowls. Oh, a little flick out into the leg side in the air there from Slater. Bit of a mistimed shot. No run.
6 o'clock. Have to nip again. Maybe get the big moment in on Radio Nottingham.
Borthwick once more to Slater. Ball hits him in the pad outside the line of off stump. Borthwick round the wicket. Ball loops up off Slater's pad and glove. Drifts away from first slip, no run. By the way, if you're wondering where this partnership stands in terms of against Durham for 4th wicket stands, as this is turned off towards square leg by Slater for 1, which brings Lyndon James on to strike. The best fourth wicket stand, Darren Lehman and Michael Lum for Yorkshire at Headingley in 2006, 358. And remember, that was a game where Durham had to fight back hard in the second innings while following on, forced to draw in the final game of the season and stayed up by half a point. Lyndon James is on 192 deliveries, but more importantly, he is on 99 runs, 13 fours, and he's looking for his first century in first-class cricket. They've brought everybody in close. Borthwick round the wicket. James turns it towards square leg. He'll not get a run there. He's played it straight to Jones. One ball left of this over for him to try and get there. If not, there are 3 overs remaining after this in the day. Borthwick comes in and bowls. And James is there. He plays it through mid-wicket and punches the air with delight as he races back to the striker's end. He's run 2. He's going to run 3 here. He moves on to 102. And a big punch of the air as he gets to the non-striker's end. Applause from Scott Borthwick. Applause from Ben Slater. 102 in 194 balls and 13 fours. So both batsmen reaching treble figures here. Well, last night at the close of play, Ben Rain said it had definitely been Notts' day yesterday. It was time for Durham to fight back today. Well, it's 2-0 to Notts now. Durham haven't taken a wicket since the 45th over, and we're now in the 109th. These two have been batting together now for 381 balls and put on 206. As Potts bowls to James, left alone outside the off stump. We've just gone past 6 o'clock, 2 minutes past 6. Leeds 131. In comes Potts again. It's defended. It's a decent lead from a Notts point of view, particularly when they've got 7 wickets left to play with. But it's not a massive lead. They've not run away with it. But Durham have had no answers with the ball today. The new ball now is 28 overs old and hasn't taken a wicket.
Oh, what a moment for the young man. Absolutely delighted for him.
He's on strike here as Potts bowls. A load of dust coming up there as that skips past off stump and is spilled by the keeper, who falls over backwards, no run. Just comes to rest next to Eckersley. A long day in the dirt, as they describe it when you're out in the field like this. Bigger picture is, on these wickets here in Chester Street this year, how are Durham going to take 20 wickets in a game? Potts comes in and bowls. James defends. Ball runs up to mid-on, no run there. So last week, Leicestershire batted 80 overs. They only lost 2 wickets on the final day. They were 183 for 2 when they shook hands. They had been set 395 to win, which was never going to happen. It was always about how many wickets could Durham take. Would there be enough time in the game? Today and yesterday, 108.4 overs, 108.5 now. That's a single down a third man, and just the 3 wickets in this innings. That is a worrying statistic from a Durham point of view. A little posse of Notts staff have been sitting against the fence at the far end of the ground. Have eventually got up and wandering back round to the pavilion now.
Don't move, don't move, don't move.
Been there most of the day, but they were in the sunshine and out of the breeze, so it's quite a nice spot for them to sit in. Hope they had their sunblock on. Last ball of the over from Potts to Slater, played towards backward point, and they'll get 2 here. Goes all the way down towards the boundary in front of the pavilion.
Always a bit of a lottery, isn't it, trying to get a photograph with the old phone of the precise moment. You don't know how they're going to celebrate, when the moment's going to come, and what have you. And just having a look there, some sort of celebration going on. We'll try and post it in a second or two. Knots 364 for 3. Lovely moment for Lyndon James. He'll remember that and relish the moment for the rest of his career as Borthwick continues bowling from our end of the ground, the Finkel end. James on strike, just got to keep himself in check and keep focused and concentrate. Through to the close now, which only 11 balls away, now only 10 balls away. Durham skipper into his 13th over, round the wicket. Oh, a high full toss. And that might have taken Lyndon James by surprise. And there's going to be some runs here. Not sure what it came off, but might just have been in one day cricket a call and a check with the cameraman. It's called a wide. Yeah, it was very, very high. I mean, Scott will have, I'm sure, said his apologies to Lyndon James there, and they've completed 3 runs. So I don't know, what's that then? Signalled a wide and they ran 3. Is that 4 on the total? I think it is. 368 for 3. Completely slipped out, but nearly took him by surprise. Brings Slater back on strike. Round the wicket, Slater plays it into the gap very gently. 164, so he is within 8 now of his personal best. And on and on and on they go. We were in this situation last night, weren't we? We were talking about James Pattinson. He probably had the pads on for the last 20 minutes or so in case the wicket's gone down tonight. Don't very often get a night watchman the second day you're at the crease unless there's been some rain interruptions. James 103 on strike. Pushes it to point, no run. Not many left inside the ground. I would imagine most that are here have come up from the East Midlands to spend the weekend to support Notts. 369 for 3. Handful of hardy souls watching on. Still got lovely playing conditions out there though. The light is good, blue sky.
Yeah. But it's cold though.
Yeah.
Cold in here.
Again tossed up, and Lyndon James will take a single. I think that's the last ball of the over. It's sometimes difficult when you've got all those bits and pieces on the board. Wide 3, I think it says.
3 it said, yeah. David McCall's emailed. He says, a tough day for Durham and a tough day for the supporters. He said, I've just got back from the Riverside and cracked open a cold one. Looks like we'll deny Notts a 5th batting point inside the 110 over limit for the smallest of victories, but a huge test for our batting lineup in the second innings when the declaration comes tomorrow. We'll probably need to bat for a day and a half at this rate, says Dave. Well, at the minute, the lead's not massive. It's a good lead, but it's not a huge lead. It's 140. So, and if they're only going to want to bat once, then they're going to have to bat, if they continue at the run rate they're going at, around about 3.5 and over, well into tomorrow, aren't they? George Drizzell to bowl the final over of the day.
They will step it up tomorrow, that's inevitable. Mulaney scores us a good lick, so does Tom Moore, so does Liam Patterson-White, and so does James Pattinson. So
Drizzell bowling in his sunglasses here as this ball is played by James through mid-wicket.
any thoughts that they'd dawdle through the third day, I think you can dispel that. They will. I know it's a difficult surface really to keep your timing on and absolutely rattle along, but they will look to play positively tomorrow, I'm sure. That's after lunch. They can have a, they can have a 2-hour morning session, just very much as they've played the last 2 sessions, if they're able to, if they're capable of again batting on and on. Drizzle ball Slater in the final over of the day, then pushes this to backward point. Next ball, again, no risk cricket, no frills required here from Slater. Just see it out. Go and get a nice, well-deserved shower and head back and get something to eat and rest up and store it in the memory bank. Oh, it's not released that one.
Hasn't released the ball there.
No. Sure
because James was backing up a bit.
Sure there'll be lots of phone messages from friends and family of both Lyndon James and Ben Slater to respond to read, to acknowledge. 371 for 3. Drizzle balls. Slater pushes it away. No, he says.
Defended this time as well by Slater. So his best score is 172. So what is he, 8 short of that at the minute?
It's got to be a goal. I know it is a team game, but
he should get there tomorrow, shouldn't he?
Your stats, very much your stats, aren't they? They belong to you, and it's always nice to better them as the next one's pushed back to the bowler. And that is that. We're done. We're dusted. We're through the second day here at Chesterley Street. The day which began with Nottinghamshire 50 without loss in the morning session. They lost to Seba Mead. Ben Duckett, who played nicely for a half-century and got out shortly afterwards, and then Joe Clark for just a single right before lunch. Ben Slater battered through the morning session and was there to go on and on and on with Lyndon James. No more wickets fell through the course of the day, and from a position of 155 for 3 at lunch, Nottinghamshire have added 216 since, with both these players now getting the accolades from principally their teammates. As I say, there's not many left in the ground to applaud them off. They'll both be very, very pleased and proud of their efforts. And that's terrific from Slater and James, and they'll go again in the morning. Nottinghamshire resuming on 371 for 3.